Hello. Hello.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, I got distracted watching some like I was watching Twitch streams that were like I was trying to watch like multiple Twitch streams on like like Game Fest is going off right now. Also, why is this hang on. There we go. Like multiple people hang on. All right. Now I need to do the needful. Hang on. This phone is not playing nice. Hang on. I need to make it so that this thing never gets disturbed. It needs to have, like, all notifications turned off. And Oh, is the battery bulging right now? Yeah. So, I have this second... Hang on. Ding, dong, focus, do not disturb. That way this thing doesn't ever get, whatsamahoozies. So, I have this old, Happy Donut. I didn't know it was Donut Day. Hang on. I didn't know it was Donut Day. Yeah, also, forgive the fact that, like, right now my, avatar is, like, got, like, all this kind of crazy nonsense going on for him. I've had to, like, get the phone, like, off the mount, and... Alright, here we go. Now comes the fun bit, where I now need to set it back to around about here-ish. Alright. And then if I go... Bam. There we go. Alright, so... Hi, everyone. I had to really quickly, like, you know, refresh the phone and what have you. And I've turned it into Do Not Disturb mode, because I have a second-hand phone. So, because I have, like, my main one right here that does, like, all the, you know, phone calls and what... Oh, but this one does itself to Do Not Disturb. Interesting. Oh my goodness. So... Is there a way for me... Share across devices? No. Is shared across your devices and turning one on for this device will turn it on for all... Oh, okay. Hang on. So I need to disable that feature. Give me a second. Oh my god. Alright, so... Focus. Do not disturb. I must not set it on any other stuff. And then... That way, if I... turn it on in this one. Now comes the fun bit where it doesn't know it's connected or anything like that because, like, yeah, the app has to restart and everything. All right, there we go. I didn't know it was Donut Day either. Yeah, no. I am not yet able to... At least, I don't think so. Like, I'm not yet at, like, a weight that I feel comfortable. Like, you know, whenever there's, like, a day where it's like, oh, it's hot dog day, or donut day, or burger day, I do not yet have the confidence of, like, yeah, I'm gonna go and eat that thing for that day. I'm not there yet. Let's see. Now, is Do Not Disturb being shared? No, it's not on this device anymore. All right, cool. Awesome. So I fixed that nonsense. But yeah, I have I'm not there yet in the weight that I'm at. I'm close, don't get me wrong. I'm not as far away as I was, like, last year in July and what have you. Oh, actually, Shinzo wouldn't have seen this, and I don't know if Joe has seen this either. Let me show something off to you. Give me a minute. I have something really cool to show you. Give me a moment to find it again. Oh, I'm gonna have to go into my photos. But, right now I'm down to 90.5 kilos. That's what I'm down to right now. I'm really pleased with myself that I was able to get down there. But numbers, like, you know, they don't make a lot of sense. So, hang on a second. So... 2024 versus 2025. Alright, so that's saved in videos right now. So now if I go into my videos and... Alright, so I'm gonna add a video source. Give me a minute. Media source. Video. Hi there, Pop-Tart. Welcome to the stream. I am so yeah, give me a minute. And we'll loop it. Here it is. That's me. So that's me from, like, actually, let me shrink this. Let me find, like, a little mini, so let's put it, like, here. And shrink you down just a little bit. And then put you there. And then the just chatting... I don't like that the layout is, like, got the little things. But how tall are you? 174, 175 centimeters. So I'm not short. I'm a pretty decent, like, I'm average. I'm like 5 foot, I think in American, that's like 5'8", almost 5'9", but, you know, average. So yeah. Sorry, quick sippies. So, the one on the left is me from July 2024. That was when I was 150 kilograms, basically. Like, look at him. He's absolute rotund and really flabby and all that kind of nonsense. And what's more is, like, he's wearing a shirt there to try and, like, squeeze it all in and everything like that, but that's not helping. The one on the right is from June this year when I was at 90 kilograms. So, almost under 200 pounds. I have lost so much weight, and it's all been a number, really. It's all just been like a random number and such, and like a lot of the time people are like, oh, what's that in American? Or how do you feel? As if, like, you know, I know exactly what I feel like at 150 kilograms like a week ago or something crazy like that. How many waist sizes is that? So I have gone down from wearing like 38, 40-inch jean waists. I'm now down to like 34. I have lost a lot of body. But look at the visual. Like, look at the fucking crazy level of visual. Like, my arms, my legs are a lot thinner. My belly isn't pushed out as much. I have a thigh gap. Chat, I have a fucking thigh gap. That's something that everyone's, like, chasing after, isn't it? A thigh gap? You must be, like, a 38 now? No, 30... So around about 34. I don't have a proper measuring tape. I don't have, like, a measuring tape and, like, a good means of, like, doing all the measurements. So this was done with a 3D scanner. So this one isn't, like, wholly accurate and such, but I don't exactly trust myself in being able to, like, properly measure, like, my hips and my waist and all that. But the 3D scan is just, like, a nice little estimate. And, yeah. Losing quite a bit of weight. Sorry, just another sippies of my Diet Coke. Also, give me the height number so I can translate them to freedom numbers. 5'8". So yeah, but yeah, also hi there, Alejandro. Welcome to the stream. I forgot to say thank you, Shinzo, for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, so that has been going off now for like the last year. Like, back in July was when I was like sort of starting to try and lose weight, but that was like with like trying to be meal restrictive, and it wasn't working out too well. I only lost like 5 or 10 kilos after like after like, you know, 2 or 3 months. So in October was when I properly went on like a real calorie restrictive diet with the shakes. So that went off until December, when I went to the States to hang out with family for Christmas. I was on a 2-week break then, but I was still trying to be manageable with my food. I only gained like a kilo or two, so I was down to like 120 kilos, which was already a pretty decent like weight loss. And for the full 3 months, I was then on the shake diet. So I went down from like 122 kilos down to just 100 kilos. And I think I just got under it like a day or two after I swapped from all 3 of my meals being shakes to having 2 of my meals be a shake and 1 of them being calorie deficit, which I'm on right now. The reason why I have so much more energy right now is because, 1, I'm drinking Pepsi Max. And 2, I decided to have my meal as a breakfast rather than as a lunch or a dinner today. So then that way I'm a little bit... Pants would have been masses? Oh, they were. Like, here's the thing, is, like, I was trying to figure out, like, what would be the best means without revealing my face, because if you want to see my face, 10,000 subs. I very much prefer my anonymity and do not want to dox myself on the internet and what have you. So, I was trying to figure out, like, what would be the best means of showing off to chat just visually how much weight change has been done to me as a person, rather than just throwing numbers at you, because they don't really tell a story. Like, this is a crazier visual for people, rather than being like, oh yes, I was 150 at this point, and now I'm 90 at this point. So yeah, so, like, this scan is really good. if I, you know, I keep telling myself to do this, but I keep forgetting to do it, like getting some before and after photos and like photoshopping the face or something like that, but you know, haven't gotten to it. All right, what did I miss in the messages? Hi there, Masonic, welcome to the stream. Grant. Why did I throw my weapon? That was dumb. You probably died. Joe running it again. No! Joe gets his crown. Pants would have been massive. I will dethrone you if it's the last thing I do. Okay, so you're having your little fight. Hi, Grant. Hi, Masonic. I like my sea and enemy too. Our battle will be legendary! Yes, it will. I hope you have a legendary battle. All right, where is the video? There's the video. We're gonna stop that video there. And I'm gonna drop that down to... Where's the showing off image? Okay, so it's under there. Alright, so... Oop, not that far down. Yeah, we'll put it under the showing off image. I'll raise this just a little bit, just so then that way. Alrighty, so... I'm seeing your real zebra face now, though. Please don't. Roommates? No, Alejandro is talking about this face as if being, like, my real face. Or they somehow got information about me and I'm like, how the fuck did you get that? And that's gonna be scary, and I will definitely end the stream early in order to figure out where the fuck they got my IRL. It's a joke, and you're just seeing the stream. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, so, where else is my brain at? Oh yeah, so done all that kind of weight, doing all that kind of weight loss thing, and because of the, because of, like, you know, trying to lose weight and such, and also just, I don't have a lot of free time from work, and anytime I do have free from work, I'm now putting in towards streaming. I felt tired yesterday, honestly, which wasn't too great, and like, in the past, like, my best way of not being tired was eating, which I don't want to get back into a habit of, oh, I'm bored, let's eat something. I don't want to get into that habit, though it was very tempting to eat hamburgers yesterday or today, but I don't want to do that because, number one, I want to try and lose more weight. That's still a goal. I'm still trying to do all that nonsense. And number two, more importantly, in the short term, my dad is going to be seeing me on Monday. Monday, I don't have to work that day, so he's going to see me in the late morning, early afternoon kind of time. So, yeah, excuse me. So yeah, so I don't want to eat anything that's going to, like, you know, unbalance my weight, because I honestly want to try and get under, like, the 90 kilogram mark before my dad gets here. Because I reckon that'll be pretty good. And what's more is, like, you know, just make sure my apartment is clean. And the best way to do that is avoid bringing trash into the apartment. You found a $60 high-end waffle maker, and now I need to not make waffles every... Wait, why do you not need to make waffles... Also, hi there, Sash. Welcome to the stream. Why do you not need to make waffles? A $6 high-end waffle... Like, is $6 a lot for a waffle maker? In Australia, like, our economy ain't doing waffle maker. Hang on a second. Yeah, for us, like, a high-end waffle maker is, like, $80. Although you can get more expensive... You can get, like, $120 waffle makers. It was used. It was like $180 used. Oh, okay. Honestly, good find. Excellent work finding that. Oh, so yeah, so good work on you, Pop-Tart. Honestly, like, here's the thing as well, is that... Excuse me, throat. Hang on. Actually, mute myself and then start coughing to try and get rid of any phlegm. There we go. Now you want waffles every day? Get those waffles every day if you can. Waffles can be a breakfast. Although, you can also have breakfast for dinner, so there's always that. But yeah, meanwhile for me, I was gifted an air fryer, like, over a year ago. I was gifted an air fryer, and I quite like the air fryer, because back when I was thinking I could like manage my weight, I would put chicken Kievs in the air fryer, and then I would put, or like, you know, maybe chips. Like, I wanted to use the air fryer, but it's always used for like, you know, fried food and what have you, which, like, I'm gonna be real with you, not exactly something I don't want to go back to just eating nothing but air fried food, like, so yeah, the air fryer is so good. Yeah, I know this, but the problem is that, like, I don't have, like, a good, like, I'm not responsible with the air fryer. I'm not getting, like, oh, let's air fry some vegetables. It's like, you know what I'm doing with the air fryer? I'm reheating chips or chicken nuggets that I got from McDonald's. I am cooking up chicken Kiev or deep fried chicken. Like, that's what I'm using the air fryer for. So when I get down to like a more appropriate goal weight of like 25% body fat or less, I don't know if that's going to be the Oh! Oh my goodness! That's not the Sashara. That was Sunshark Sashara! Oh my god, hi! Welcome to the stream, everyone! Welcome, welcome! My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I normally play games that I've not played in the past, whether they're like, you know, almost like a day old or several years old. Welcome, everyone. Shark Raid. Hi there, Hyper Flare Man. Hi there, Anime Dude. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you had a wonderful time with Sasha. Asa, looks like they were just chatting. Were you watching the, shit! No, don't steal my shirt when people have just raided. Were you, hang on, hand. Were you watching the blah, 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 the blah, 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 blah. Were you watching the, Brain, come on. The Summer Games Fest. Jeff Keighley's, you know, E3, like thing. Where it's like, here are some trailers of video games that are coming out next year. And then here's some shadow dropped games because the publishers are not 100% confident. Yep, they were. Okay, cool. Thank you for the hyper himbo, Ariando. Oh my god, why does my FPS drops anytime like someone decides to like hyper himbo? It's kind of crazy. I need to fix that. I need to figure out why like my FPS decides to just get absolutely decimated by it. There's so many things of my own streams I need to worry about. But yeah, where else is my, where else was my brain at? But yeah, so, like, I can't use, so, we're just, like, discussing, like, all kinds of nonsense. Nah. Dun 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 dun. Arandarho is getting that energy in them and wanting all the excitement. Air frying chips, nuggets, and only meat, nothing else. That's basically what I was doing with the air fryer before I went on my diet. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, so normally, oh my god, Pizza Fox, don't, why are you doing the cake? Everyone is just high on energy right now in this stream. I'm going to be going and playing the Oblivion game shortly. It's very kind for you that you're streaming in the weekend. I always try to. No! Not the bald! I need this hair! So, I try and stream at least one day on the weekend and what have you. But here's the thing, is that, like, this is probably going to be the depresso bit. Sometimes I think about not streaming, not streaming on the weekend. What? You're completely naked? No, I'm not completely naked. I still have jeans on. I still have jeans, thank you very much. It's just someone decided to hyper himbo me after I got my shirt stolen, and it's been like real crazy kind of hours and what have you. So there's that. Yep, PC capture is still on, so we'll be able to plug this in. And now we just need to wait for the Bethesda game to run up again, so then that way the game can do its thing. There we go. So yeah. Varys blue jeans. You did mention Varys in the past, like a weird perfume thingy-madiggy. Just hopped in and I see Toxic Predazorn. What? Toxic what? Sorry, Staz? Can't believe you're not wearing jeans. I'm wearing jeans! I have to wear jeans, otherwise there's going to be problems with me trying to stream, okay? I have to wear jeans. You just don't see it because of the camera angles, okay? Disrespectful. Okay, what the fuck am I doing here? Why am I here? I thought I was already done with this. Oh my god, did the game, like, crash at one point? So, maybe. Alrighty, chat. Oh wait, no, I didn't play this with a controller. That's why it feels weird. I played this with just, you know, keyboard and mouse, like an idiot. No, don't pull the lever! Bam? Okay, I need to get rid of you. And then break you down. But yeah, so it has been a while. It has been over a week since I played Oblivion, I will be real with you. Come on, break yourself. Faint! Just die already, you Dramora. There we go. Yep. Alrighty, and then... Yep. Grab Daedra Hearts from you and what have you. So it has been... Everyone knows VTubers don't wear pants, Grant. Okay, maybe you don't, Era, but I most certainly do. It is a requirement, alright? Besides, I get it. Sometimes, like, furries, you know, feel like they don't need to wear pants and what have you, but quite frankly, I think that's disrespectful. Especially since if you start off like I did, where... fun fact, I got into furryism and all that I got into, like, a persona and shit like that for the ERPing shit. So, there was genitalia involved and shit like that. So there needs to be jeans in order to cover the genitalia, okay? I can't be Donald Ducking this shit. No point in getting the Ebony Claymore. I've already got some pretty good gear. And then... let's do Beast of Burden. And then heal Superior Wounds. Alright. This is where I need to go. You ain't been oblivious to the fact of missing playing Oblivion. I miss Oblivion. Look, it's been fairly fun, and oh my god, Hawaiian Pizza caught themselves a blue whale. Good work. Although you're gonna be catching a lot more things as well, so it's gonna be... We're probably not gonna see the top left of the screen anytime soon. Also, I need to... Alright, Firestorm. Let's just cast this shit. There we go. So yeah, I've got some incredible, like, potions and what have you. So... Alchemy was, like, one of the first things I had that got up to, like, you know, level 100 in this game. And one of the things I told myself I was going to try and do... Oh my goodness, Hawaiian Pizza! Why are you this is the trouble of the commons! You're raising the price of, having to fish! No one will be able to fish if you do that! Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Think of the rest of the fishermen in the chat! I've always heard it called porky pigging. What? Okay, so the Journeyman Retort is not worthwhile. Because I'm looking for expert level gear. And it looks like my strength is getting drained by something. So I'm gonna need to fix that. Haven't you seen your new updated work? No, I've seen it, YY. I put a little emote on it. I put a little emote on your, on the work that you posted in the art channel. For those of you that are not aware, because... you know, maybe you're getting distracted by the fish that's going off in the top left corner, but I have a Discord. Check out my Discord. Is the voice thingamadiggy working? I don't think the voice thingamadiggy is working. Let me try that again. I have a Discord. There we go, that worked. Or that was just like an automated thingamadoog. Oh, good work on getting the VB. Short raid! Hi there, Big DJ. Welcome to the stream. You're a little bit behind, but I appreciate you saying short raid. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing all right. How are things? All right, now comes the fun bit where I need to repair everything that I've picked up. And this is so then that way we raise our level. All right. Because, yeah, our armorer, we need to raise the level of our armorer, and there we go. 91. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. Also, I'm trying to do some Daedra Crest as well, so if you're wondering, like, why I'm, like, running around everywhere, number one, it's to raise the athleticism. That makes her look like Sphinx. Oh, you fixing previous mistakes that in the past made her look like a Sphinx. Okay.
Who are you? Who dares to walk in the House of Shadow? What business do you have with the Lord Vermina? We worship Vermina, praying for her to grant us true visions. What is your business?
I wish to speak with Vermina.
Speak with Vermina. You must offer a black soul gem to the Daedra Lord.
I'm sorry, a what?
Anvil is all in an uproar. We watch and
Where the fuck am I supposed to get one of those? I haven't been seeing those, like, running around.
I have seen everything. After you've...
Where the fuck am I supposed to get a black soul gem from? Oh, when you're on 14 next, let me know. You have a shark to deliver to me. A shark? How the fuck do you have a shark in Final Fantasy XIV? As far as I know, women don't have square, like, box noses. You never know. Am I gonna have to, like, mute the, I feel like I might have to mute the fishing. Because eating Hawaiian pizza has a lot of channel points, and they decided to do a lot of fishing. So I'm just hearing, like, little notifications going off of, like, bing, fishing, bing, fishing. What do you think are the chances that we're gonna find a black soul gem in this Muck Valley cavern? It's probably really low. And then something... Wait, why is the Wellspring Cave... Oh, a mage's staff. Okay, so it wants... Alright, remove it. So I need to head over there for the Wellspring Staff, but before we do that... Let's head to the market and get rid of some of my shit. You don't have a lot of channel points anymore. I wonder why! It's as if that you spent your money on a fishing game that goes up in price each time you go fishing. And it raises the price for everyone else.
Captain Dougal's rumored treasure has to be true.
You dealt with the issue of the commons, and you didn't realize that you were making a problem for yourself.
Take care.
Alrighty, Merchant's Inn, a fighting chance. Alright, let's throw it. Alright, I'm gonna throw the items over into a fighting chance. Now, hopefully... Also, probably quick save the game before I forget, just in case this crashes.
Good day.
Bartering.
Weapons, I have it all. How may I help you?
Alright, so... we can get rid of several of these Curises and Greaves. Because I want to try and get... We'll try and get, like, a full Daedric set. I reckon it'll be worth it. Alright, let's see. What other monstrosity heavy stuff do I have? So we're already using a Daedric Mace, which is one-handed. And that's blunt as well. So we'll get rid of the Warhammer. We'll keep the bow. Alright, so... we've got a Master Kalnacore. Let's get... do I want to get rid of the Expert or keep the... I'll get rid of the I'll keep them just in case. Damn it. So we only have a Journeyman's. And that's an Expert. Potion of separation. I'm not going to use these poisons very often, so... Cure disease, cure poison, restoring health, magic, resisting stuff, void salts. Oh yeah, that's my own potion. You caught a blue discus. It's blue, like me! Yay, Arendado! You got yourself a blue discus. Alright, so we got 15 Nim roots. We're using that to make it so we can carry more things. So far, so good. We don't have to worry about any more nonsense. And might as well pick up as many hammers as possible.
Tell your friend.
Not necessary.
Can't go into farewell.
Alright. Maybe if we go through the mage questline, we'll find ourselves a black soul gem. Ding. So, Wellspring Cave is down that way. It's very... I'll just go from the Muck Valley Cavern. We'll go into there, see what's in there, and then we'll double back. Sounds like a plan? Alright, oh! Why is Horse following me? If, however, we do get ourselves, like, a Black Soul Gem from this, probably not. If it's just bears instead of necromancer shit, then it's probably not gonna be what we need. There we go. Bears got fucking nothing on me. Alrighty, oh, rat. One hit, and they're dead. Any chests? Not that I can... Oh, there's a chest. Cure poison. Oh, restoring strength. I actually need that, actually. Because... There we go. Now my strength is back up to 100. Because someone drained, like, thingy-majiggies. You got a nugget? Good for you. Good for you, Pizza Fox. My goodness, the fishing is up at a really high level because of Hawaiian Pizza deciding to increase that price so high. I want sushi. That is something I very much want to have. Oh, why are there all these creatures here? Sibla Draconis? Who the fuck are you? Why are all these creatures here? Ow! Fuck. Get fucked. And you had a rubbish steel mace. Bear pelt, sure. And a lion pelt. Although you're not really a lion. You don't have a mane. Hi there, Aronea Zach. Welcome to the stream. The fishing is too high. Someone bought all the licenses. Yep, that's what they did. That's exactly what happened. After all my scathing commentary about capitalism in the past, and some people here just do not... They do not catch on to these lessons. Alright, so... No necromancers in here. Jump. Geeked up. Yep, okay, this is going the right way. Yep. So we need to get out of this cave. I thought we would deal with necromancers in here or something so we can get ourselves a black soul gem, but that's not the case. Late stage fishing. Yeah. No mane means it's female. But that's... So every mountain lion we've seen has been a woman? Is that what's happening? We're really shrinking the dating pool for Kahlua. Alrighty. Now comes the fun. Fuck it. And then repair all this, because we can. It helps increase our armor rating. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, give me the thingamajiggy. Oh my... Jesus Christ, another Gate of Oblivion. They're all over the place. Oh, hello, Wolf. Oh my god, I've gotten something that's reducing my speed. Are you fucking kidding me? Hang on, I can cure this. Cure disease. There we go. I do not want to deal with that Oblivion Gate. You was watching someone play the new Mario Kart and there was a safari level, you saw a zebra and you out loud said it's Grant? I have not seen the safari level. Like, okay, that's something else I need to bring up. I now have a Nintendo Switch 2. Also, why did my guy stop walking? I have a Nintendo Switch 2. I'm gonna be real with you. It is a very expensive console. I don't know if it's worth the price that they're trying to have you, like, you know... If you do not have a Nintendo Switch, it is a bit of an expensive console to jump all the way up to Nintendo Switch 2. I, however, did at least have a Nintendo Switch. So one of the things that I did, because, you know, EB Games lets you do this, is, you know, you trade in games or consoles to help reduce the price. Where the fuck is the... Oh, here's the cave. It's this way. I ran right past it. Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, so... Actually, let me get my wallet really quickly so I can review the price and what have you. Be right back. Also, probably piss. Actually, you know what? While that's happening, hit you with a 30-second advertisement as I go piss. Ding, dong, bam, dance. Look at me, do my little dance. A little love. Helpful with you.
I have a support build. Don't worry.
Nice. One moment, as I now go into my tent, and I'm going to see what can I have for food. I'm gonna grill a meal, and the recommended meal is meat with some drool shrooms.
Mmm, tasty.
Give me that meat. Put the phone down! Did I just update a fucking... What the fuck just happened? Alright. I have returned, chat. Hopefully you didn't have to deal with the advertisement for long. You know what? I'm gonna swap over to standing mode for a little bit on my standing desk. Think. Donk. Alright, so yeah, I'm back. So yeah, I got myself a Nintendo Switch 2. Now, the reason why I got a Nintendo Switch 2 is because, number one, there's a new Mario Kart game, and number two, any Nintendo Switch games are, you know, they're compatible on the Nintendo Switch 1 within reason. They're not doing hardware-based emulation, and it's not explicitly software-based emulation. There's different things here and there. But, as people know, hang on, there's my hat. As people are probably aware, there is quite a bit of, it's a bit costly right now. There's a bit of a cost of living crisis going off in Australia and kind of in the rest of the world as well. We're in some really problematic times, economically speaking, and it's not exactly fun. But, having said all that, I made sure I had some money saved on the sides. Granted, I had so many bills coming in that were like annual based and such, so your Zeebs is now broke. So what he had to do is he had to go and, I grabbed my original Nintendo Switch and a whole ton of games. And like all this stuff, put it in my bag, so then after work, went to the EB Game Store. They had a promotional thing where they're like, oh, hey, if you bring in the Nintendo Switch console and 4 selected Nintendo Switch games, then you don't have to pay, I think it was like $900 for the Nintendo Switch 2 with the Mario Kart game. You could instead spend like only $500 or something like that. If you were like level 4 or something like that. So, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, what? This Pride Month, I'll be taking donations to a local gay instead of giving money to a corporation. That local gay is me. Wow. Shoutouts to Uranea Zach, who might be your local gay. Be sure to sponsor a local gay this Pride. I don't have any local. Actually, no, that's not true. I have several local prides I could be sponsoring. There's. Oh, he's trying to be a jackal. You know what? I need to get him on stream at one point. Just chat with him because he's trying to be a furry or something or other. He thinks he's a furry and he wants to get like a persona and shit. You need to try that. Oh yeah, Velk's a local gay as well. Well, okay, local. Anyway, so yeah, back to me. Not to take away from Pride Month, but back to me. I went into the EB Games. They had that promotional thing, and so I was like, all right, here's the Nintendo Switch, here's the dock, here's the charger, here's the Joy-Cons, here's the HDMI cable in case you also wanted that, and what selected games of Nintendo Switch did you want trade? And they're like, oh, just any Nintendo Switch game. And I'm like, oh, okay, here's 4. So they go through the stuff and they're like, yep, okay, looks good. Where's the Joy-Con straps? They would have come with a Nintendo Switch. And I was like, I did not pack those. They're somewhere in my drawer right now, most likely, but there's no point in trying to send those into EB Games now to try and do an exchange. So I now just have like Joy-Con straps just sitting in a drawer right now in this apartment. And they're like, not to worry. You can still have the sale thingamadiggy go in towards this. It just won't be as much as if you did have the Joy-Con straps. And I was just like, oh, okay, not to worry. And so then I reached into my bag and pulled out even more games to exchange. Because, I'm gonna be frank with you, many of them, I either was already done with them, or I wasn't going to play. So... Hi there, Swag Seji. Back to you, now back to me, now back to you, now back to me. Ladies, look at your man. Now back to me, now back to your man, now back to me. Sadly, he isn't me, but if he stopped using Lady Scented Body Wash and switched to Allspice, he'd begin to smell like me. Look down, back up, where are you? You're on a boat with the man your man could smell like. Look at your hand, back at mine, I have it. It's that ticket it's 2 tickets to that thing you love. Look again. The tickets are now diamonds. Anything is possible when your man smells like Old Spice and not a ladies' man. I'm on a horse. Thank you for hitting me with that fucking vocal stim. Anywhoosies, so, here is what I had to exchange to try and reduce the price of the Nintendo Switch 2. Fire Emblem Warriors. We're not playing Fire Emblem Warriors. Super Mario Odyssey. I finished that game. ARMS. I was never going to play ARMS. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We finished Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. The Nintendo Switch dock. No, it had to come with that. Super Mario Party. You know, I didn't have any friends to play Super Mario Party with. Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Edition. I was never playing Street Fighter on the Nintendo Switch. Hyrule Warriors. We're not playing Hyrule Warriors. Blah, 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 blah. 1-2 Switch. That's just one of those, like, you know, cheapo games that are like, oh, hey, it comes with a console. It should be for free just to demonstrate, you know, the capabilities of the Nintendo Switch, but for whatever reason, it's a full-price game. Fucking dumb. Splatoon 2. I do not remember having Splatoon 2, but there we go. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We finished Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild long time ago. Pokemon Sword. Okay, I did not finish Pokemon Sword, but I went through a lot of Pokemon Sword, and, you know, I wasn't about to finish it anytime soon. And if I am going to be playing a Pokemon game on stream, it's most likely going to be the next Pokemon game, rather than a Pokemon game from ages ago. Unless we do, like, a Nuzlocke challenge thing, or, you know, me try and blitz through, like, the Game Boy era of Pokemon games. Nintendo Joy-Con. Okay, so, all of that up. After exchanging all those games, and the console, and some additional Joy-Cons, we reduced the price from $988 down to $503. Basically half. I got rid of a majority of my Nintendo Switch games and the Nintendo Switch itself in order to reduce the cost of the Nintendo Switch down to $500. I'ma be frank with you. It's a fucking Nintendo Switch. It should only cost about $500. So, that's what, you're a dork and you love me to pieces. Thank you. So, we now have a Nintendo Switch 2. Am I going to be playing Nintendo Switch 2 games on stream? Probably. Is it going to be the games that are out right now? Probably not. Because, you know, number one, I've kind of stopped doing monthly community streams because they are very hard to do, and quite frankly, I would I don't have the charisma to get people to join in and play this game. So, the Mario Kart, like, World Tour game is going to be something available for me playing with other people, like Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, or Ripper, or, you know, whoever else starts playing Mario Kart World Tour on stream and it's like, hey, it's open for everyone to join in and play, in which case I'll probably join in on that one. Cracking open another Pepsi Max. So yeah, so then there's that. The game that I'm actually looking forward to trying out and playing on the Nintendo Switch 2 is the Donkey Kong game. That's the game that I want to play. I'm moving back into sitting mode, by the by. That's the game that I want to play, and that I will be showing off on stream, so there's that. If someone gifts me Nintendo Switch games, however, you bet your ass I'm probably going to be playing those games on stream. I have arrived at Wellspring Cave. I should speak with Alette or Zarasha. Cool. Uh-oh. The Necromancer. Get shit on, magic person. The Necromancer isn't exactly expecting me to... Yeah, were you really expecting me to use fucking magic in a magic quest line? Ridiculous. She's dead. I should investigate what happened to her. Gold and the Wellspring Cave. Excellent. Sack is empty. Cool. Alrighty. Also, I should probably change it to Firestorm, since we're gonna be probably dealing with, Get fucked. Dink. There we go. Oh. There we go. For whatever reason, the escape key wasn't working. You're far into Parvati for Switch 2 before tax break season? Fair enough. Like I said, it isn't for everyone because of, you know, just the way that the economy is right now, and it doesn't help that if you are in America, you're probably having an even shittier time with the economy than people in Australia are. Australia just has to deal with shitty economics, like, every year here, so we're kind of used to the idea of, like, things being more expensive, Stop running away, you piece of shit. Where the fuck did you... There you are. Flame Tempest and some strong potions of sorcery. Thank you. Pick up this. Pick up that. Yep, that's just water, I think. Don't think about it. They're never expecting... Fuck's sake. Blizzard. Ooh, legendary magical drain and some more potions of sorcery. They never expect a person with a mace to be doing things. Waterfront. I wish I could do things with you. Look, I understand. It's hard. It's difficult in this situation.
What have we here? Another play.
We do what we can.
You'll dance for
And I know you can...
Yes, you will. I'll make your corpse dance.
We'll have a more heart-to-heart moment after we kill all these necromancers. Oh wait, hang on. Magic. How strong are you? Cool. Alright, so you're dead. Glass Mace is going to be useless. And then there's Alita. Yep, so everyone in our little, you know, get our stick and what have you is dead. Which is not great. The necromancers that ambushed me have been defeated. I need to get wood for a staff and get back to Raminus Polis to tell him what happened. Yes, you do. Because holy shit. This is not a very secure spring. An unfinished staff? Thank you. Where the fuck am I? The necromancers can fix the minor case of the dead. Yeah, you're right, they can. Alright, so Wellspring Cave and what have you. Was this island always here? I guess it was. And I'm guessing there's like no marketable thingamadiggies on here to help teleport back to this thing. An Imperial Sewer, the southeast exit. Oh! Nice! We now have a clever way to get in and out from the Imperial City, if this is a fast travelable thing. Yes, it is. How did I not know about this place earlier? Alright, ding, dong. Back to the Arcane Academy we go. Alright. Oh yeah! Heart-to-heart moment. I understand that it can be difficult in these trying times right now. And you know what? It's fine. We cannot accomplish everything that we want. And I know we can't sit here and do nothing. So you gotta do what you can. And you know what? It's fine if you just need to get through the day. If you just need to wake up, eat what you can, do what you want, and do what you need, that's fine. No one should fault you for doing what needs to be done to have you be happy and be alive. There will always be sacrifices, that is true, but so long as we try and make it so that every day is not a sacrifice, we do better.
Greetings, apprentice. Anything else I can help? Not only has necromancy been banned from practice in the Mages Guild, but the guild won't... Please, visit me again anytime. I'm glad to help. Give Strasser my regards.
Yeah. You don't know because you're a very silly zebra. I can be. I hear a Nimroot. That's the basement. The other day, I broke down some because lifting an empty suitcase at work caused enough strain in my arm that I lost feeling in it for the rest of the day. Ooh. Yeah, no, that don't sound good. That sounds tragic. Okay, so that's an apprentice. That's dragon thingy-madiggy. Sup?
What? Necromancers at the cave?
Yep.
Leta and Zarasha dead. I can't believe it.
Your eyes are very wide.
So bold before now. Always hiding in the shadows, staying away from... I'll need to speak to the council about this. Thank you for relaying the information. Now tend to your staff, and Delmar at the Kiranesium can help you with the staff. Now that you have the wood, speak. You shall have a true mage's staff soon.
Cool. And I will never use it again, most likely. But yeah, I'm sorry that the suitcase, like, hurt your arm. Like, how is the arm today, though? Is it, like, a little bit better? Are you, like, you know, are you giving it rest, is the other thing as well. Like, do you have, like, a little sling you can have it in, so then that way it's not just, you know, being all, you know, wavy about and shit?
I owe this pleasure.
You seem quite intrigued.
I mean it.
Please.
No, I'm not dismissing it. I'm like, this is me being concerned for you. What are you doing about your arm now? Because it's one thing to, like, you know, point out, hey, this really fucking hurts. It's in my shoulder, and from depending on the day, it's hit or miss. Okay. You hit enter too soon. Okay. That definitely changes the tone. Going from, I mean, it's in my shoulder, and from depending on the day, it's hit or miss. That is a much different and more sincere tone than, I mean it. And then a new line, it's in my shoulder. Adds. Not to worry. Fundamentals of alchemy. Oh, hang on. We can enchant shit. So if we put this Daedric Mason, and then we have a singular Grand Soul Gem, and we can absorb an attribute, damage fatigue, drain health, drain skill. Okay, so the most is 85. My god, the Grand Soul Gem doesn't really give you a lot of charges, does it? So, strength at a magnitude of... So at a magnitude of 10, which I think is a pretty decent amount, for... That does it for like 8.5 hits, though. Enchanting doesn't seem fun. I was hoping enchanting was gonna be like real fucking hilarious kind of stuff, but it doesn't look like you'll get like a whole ton of what's-mahoozy.
Good tidings, citizen.
It doesn't look like you'll get a whole lot of what's-mahoozy. Okay, so I can't go to the upper levels yet. Let's wait 6 hours. It'll get to 10 a.m. and yeah. All depends on what kind of soul was used to charge it. Oh, so it's like, oh, even if you have like a grand soul in the Grand Soul Gem, it's not a lot. Like, you need to have... What's the strongest soul we can get then? Velk, I'm relying on your expertise.
Thanks for asking. Welcome to the Chironasium.
A human soul. It can be as you get higher levels in it. Okay.
Enchanting city. Real eyeful.
Grand is the strongest. I don't think Black Souls can get
Greenway and around the path.
have their respective souls. Okay.
Ah, yes. This is a big step for you, friend, whether you know it or not. Now you'll need
Yeah.
to decide what sort of staff you're looking for. Something that
Sure.
enchanting staves can be a tricky business. Only certain. Let's start with the school. Which appeals most to you? Destruction, illusion.
Let's go with destruction
Well, you have
and shock.
your staff will let you wield the.
That's what I want.
I'll get to work.
Good tidings, citizen. Martina Floria, Master Enchanter for the Mages. I like cities, and this is the biggest and the best. Always keep your magical equipment charged.
Like, look at this. This thing has like 3,000 charges or something crazy like that. That's kind of insane.
A trade is in order, don't you think? My services in exchange for... let me know when...
Jesus Christ.
Goodbye.
Alright, so now I have to wait a day for him. Quests. Meanwhile, we can now check out the Ori and see what that does. You can tell facial animations weren't really remade for the upstated models because they're as creepy as shit. Oh no, they're still a marketable improvement compared to, this is still a marketable improvement compared to what they were back in, like, the original, Elder Scrolls. I have seen the clips. Ah!
Thank you Pop-Tart 8086 for the tier 1 gift sub to Phoenix_VT.
Thank you so much, Pop-Tart! I greatly appreciate the gift! Thank you, thank you! Hopefully Phoenix is just lurking right now and will appreciate the What's Moosey? Congrats on your weight loss. Thank you so much, Pop-Tart. I appreciate it. I'm still doing what I can to try and lose weight. As tempting as it would be to eat hamburgers this week again, and like I did last week, I kind of don't want to do that. I want to see if I can, get under 90 kilograms before Dad sees me on Monday. So I've got today and tomorrow to keep a manageable control over my weight. Yesterday I was like 91.2, 91.1. Today I'm 90.5. So I reckon if I do a decent amount of exercise after streaming today, and I do a decent amount of exercise tomorrow, I might just get under 90 kilograms, and it should be good. I have activated the Imperial Ori. Oh, neat. Is it actually nighttime? You need to lose 20 pounds yourself? I don't know what that is in the metric units. 20 pounds, is that like 10 kilos? You receive a new power from the Ori. Ooh, what the... what did I receive from the Ori? Great Prince, Lady Blessing, something or rather. It does not tell me a thing. Unless it's a new power. So we got all these absorbing, abilities. Yeah, I have no clue. I have no clue what this gave me. When are we getting the updated Grant body pic? Oh, Ernest, have you not seen it? Hang on. Let me show it to you again. Yes, I will show this to you again. Media source, and then ding. Actually, no, hang on a sec. I can don't not media source. Remove media source. 20 pounds is like over 9 kilos. Ah, okay, so it's a bit much. All right. Add media source, add existing video. Here we go. That there is me. This is me. On the left is what I was back at like 150 kilograms. And then on the right is what I was a couple days ago, where I was like 91, 90 kilograms. I have a thigh gap now! Grant is made of solid gold. God, I wish. Imagine the economic advantages I would have being made of solid gold. Plenty of room for a head to fit. Just crush them. Kick their ass. Alright, so we are no longer in the Ori. But yeah, like...
Look at the muscles on you.
Thanks. This woman just complimented me in the game. But yeah, so that is me between a year, so like last year, July 15th, and me now in the last few days. Rather than saying like, oh, 150 kilograms or 90 kilograms, this visual right here is fucking incredible. Like, there isn't a huge stomach in front of me. My arms and legs are not extra chubby. There's a thigh gap, like I mentioned earlier. How is this generated? iPhones, the front, so the same way that the iPhone's front-facing camera is able to capture my face and my expression because of the additional cameras at the front, so one's like a depth sensor and all that kind of nonsense, you can do the same, using those cameras, the iPhone can be used for scanning the body as well. So that was done using two kinds of video footages. The first one is grabbing my lower half from waist down to feet, where I just like stood there, rotated again, and then I did it again, but this time from the top half, the waist up, standing in front of it, rotate, and rotate again. And then there's a server that the app uses. It stitches all this stuff together, and 10-15 minutes later, a gold body of yourself. So the camera got to see the Grant goods? No, you wear tight clothing. You wear tight clothing when you do it. I was definitely wearing underwear in the second photo, and in the first one, I was wearing underwear and a shirt. Hence why the stomach looks so much smoother than it does on my newest rendition of myself. Hi there, Setrack. Hi there, Tanmux. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're building muscle too. I'm building something. I bet jogging is much nicer now. It is. I am definitely so the stuff that I'm personally noticing because of the reduced weight is, number one, I get colder now. I need a jacket. I can wear winter, like in Australia, it doesn't get really cold. So wearing winter gear, like back when I was much heavier, I could almost sweat it and shit. That didn't happen in the States during, you know, a proper winter where you need to have the winter outfit. But here in Australia, it's really hard to argue needing winter gear when you are like 50% body fat or something crazy like that. So, I'm now able to wear jackets and long sleeve clothing. I normally wear jeans as my day-to-day, so that's not changed, but wearing jackets is really cool now. Secondly, I can run the red light at traffic stops. If I think I can cross the street quickly enough, I now sprint that nonsense, and I get past it so much quicker. I love it. And so, like, I feel way more confident in, like, my movement, like, being able to move quickly and what have you. So there's that. Now, one of the disadvantages of my increased weight loss... Hi there, Sir Dragon! Hello. One of my disadvantages of the weight loss, and I say disadvantage, but it's not really that big of a problem unless I go to an all-you-can-eat buffet or something crazy like that, or, you know, you got happy hour at a sushi restaurant. I can't eat as much. Because if I eat too much, my stomach feels terrible the next day. It feels so... like, it feels like it has to work overtime and what have you. I can't eat as much food. And I see that as a bit of a disadvantage because, you know, there are meals out there that I would love to try at restaurants. I would love to have an appetizer and a main course. But now if I want an appetizer, I need to make sure other people are eating the appetizer with me. So then that way I'm not found eating as much of it. So if you get like a plate of like, you know, garlic bread or something like that to the table, I'm probably eating one piece and I'm hoping the other 5 pieces goes to everyone else there. So there's that. And also, you know, some people, you know, they'll hear about, oh, there's an all-you-can-eat, like, sushi restaurant or Korean barbecue, but it's really expensive. So if it's like, hey, you need to spend at least $40 or $60 to get an all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue, you want to try and get your money's worth by eating as much beef as you can. But I'm not going to be, I don't know if I'm not confident that I'm going to be able to do that going forward. So, yeah, there's that. Excuse me, nose. Anyway, let me get rid of this image. Bing. F6 is what I wanted. Alright, so we got illusion training where it wants Wilk Stones. The mage staff will be available the next day. We need to find a black soul gem. Tears of the Savior. Refers to a book called Nightfall at the first edition bookshop in the market. Seeking Your Roots. Mozarok, the thingy. Blood of the Daedra. Two Sides of the Coin. Lifting the Veil. Sheogorath. Oh, I need to figure out how to do Sheogorath's, what's-a-mahoozy thing. Told me I'll need... Okay, someone keep track of this. A lesser soul gem, a head of lettuce, and some yarn. So... I'm gonna need to find some of this stuff.
Greetings, wizard.
Where is the exit? Nope, that's the wrong door. You are more himbo than cute today? Nice work. We need to destigmatize take-home boxes. Well, they're not... It's not that they're destigmatized, it's just, you know... I don't want to reheat my food after the restaurant. That's more of a me thing than it is, you know, a society thing. Society is fine with take-home boxes and what have you. People that are getting stigmatized by them are getting stigmatized by the staff or by friends. You asked me something earlier. I missed that message. When are we getting the updated Grant body pics? Well, that's the updated one you can see. I haven't seen you since the walkathon. How was it? Oh, body map was what it was. Also, did I miss anything else? How are you feeling mentally or emotionally about your progress? After seeing that image, I'm feeling a lot better with the weight loss. I feel like I've actually accomplished a good amount now, rather than, you know, just a small bit. Like, because for a while I was, like, sitting at, like, I only went from, like, 97 or 98 at the beginning of the month of May down to, like, 92 or something, and I was like, that wasn't as, you know, rapid of a weight loss as I would like. So, like, at that point, I wasn't 100% certain, but then, you know, I looked at that app, and I realized just how much weight I lost. So, I was feeling a lot better for it. Alright, where... So, that's the palace, that's the temple district. Where am I going to get a lesser soul gem? Let's head to the Emperor Way. So yeah, so I'm feeling a lot better, like, emotionally and mentally right now. There's certainly days where I would love to just eat whatever I want. Like, yesterday, for instance, just because of the way work has been and that I just felt overall tired and I wanted to treat myself. But at the same time, I didn't want to, like, reverse any of my progress. And then there was also the fact that my dad was going to be seeing me on Monday. So I had to, you know, I had to make sure I wasn't, you know, ruining the weight. Like, I know I'm not going to have, like, a huge amount of weight loss because of, like, just by eating treating myself on the weekend, but if I could stop myself treating myself on the weekend, that would be okay. All right. Can I get some yarn from you? Oh, I'll get those repair hammers at the very least. Oh my god, you have nothing.
Thank you. Please return soon.
I don't know if you hear it enough, but know that someone out there is rooting for you. Thanks, I appreciate it. There is a lot of people rooting for me. My dad, he's rooting for me, and the thing, both my parents are rooting it for me. But here's the thing. My mom has always been skinny, and whenever she complains about being, bloated or overweight, you know what she's complaining about? She's complaining about being 60 or 65 kilograms. She's complaining about being at a weight that's, most people would consider that athletic or healthy. And she's complaining about that kind of weight. Holy shit, Mom.
Good day.
Ugh. Meanwhile, my dad, however, there has definitely been a time where he was heavier than what he is now, and I distinctly remember him doing the this is kind of funny, but one of the things he would do to promote losing weight and what have you is that he would be doing, this is before Zumba kicked off or anything like that. He would have weights, small 1 or 2 kilogram weights in his hand, and he would just be doing this. He would be doing dance moves or something like that while listening to music. So it was he would be listening to Euro trash or something like that, and it would just be boom boom dun 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 dun, dun. It's such a funny visual just seeing my dad it's doing this dance where it's arms going forward and then back, forward and then back, and he's doing a side to side as well, and he's doing all these different kinds of moves, and that's how he was losing weight and what have you, by doing extra aerobic exercise. So there was a time, I think, where he was over 100 kilograms, but now he's down to where I am right now, where it's he's at 90 kilograms or less. I think he was I think he's gotten as far down as 86, 84 kilograms. And I feel, and yeah, no, he roots for me and all that kind of stuff. My sister is the same sort of thing. She knows not to talk, heavily about weight loss and all that kind of stuff with me, because, this is something I've had to concern myself with for the last, I would say, 7 years. But in those last no, not the Black Horse Courier. Who would be selling yarn? Maybe the Trade Brothers? But yeah, in the last 7 years, I've been off again, on again, trying to lose weight. So my sister understands not to get caught up in talking to me about oh, what's your fitness goal? Have you thought about going to the gym? Or not do what my mom did one time and be have you oh, I was hoping she would ask her boyfriend on how to do the a gastric sleeve, which is a very serious way of losing weight, and would absolutely fuck over my taste buds and my sense of hunger and what I could actually eat. It would irrevocably change me.
A fine bargain. I wouldn't make that deal with just anybody.
Alright, so no soul gem or what's Mahus?
Society triumph. Farewell.
So you don't have anything I need. What's your main goal, respecting fitness? Because I love streaming games. I love playing video games. I stay home a lot of the time, and the few times I go out, it's to go out and play trivia with friends at a bar. I am not looking to get, a seriously athletic build or anything like that.
Who told you that?
Rustlin and Laurent, those idiots don't know when to stay.
Alright, let me do some persuading with them.
No more. Don't. Well done. Sorry.
Alright, cool. So, free rotation to do that.
No more. stupid.
Ding, dong.
Try to manipulate me.
Free rotation. So then that we were able to do 2 here. Ding, dong.
That's just stupid.
Alright, there we go.
Remarkable. That's just stupid. No more. Don't try
Nice.
to manipulate
Alright, ding.
Think that's funny?
Free rotation. To then do that.
What a great. That's not.
Alright. Tell me about the corruption. But yeah, so I'm not looking to get down to like a crazy weight. Because like the BMI is like, oh, you should be like 78 kilograms or something like that. I don't think I'll get down to that unless I do like way more exercise. And I'm not 100% interested in that. But one of the stats that I am interested in getting under is the body fat percentage. Because back when I was like at my heaviest, it was like 40 something plus. It was really high. And that's not great. Oh, hey, that Warblade? Let's negotiate. Hard.
That's just not reasonable.
Okay, so not 80%. Let's try 75. There we go. All right, so I need... Do you not...
Thank you.
Jesus Christ, they don't have anything, do they? But yeah, so I want to try and get 25% body fat or less. That, I think, is an appropriate goal for myself. That's a warehouse. Let's see if the feed bag has anything I could use. But yeah, if I get under 25% body fat, that's, I think, a pretty good value, and it doesn't matter what my weight is at that point.
Go on.
Okay, so he's already at a pretty good...
Look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Let's see. Oh, a head of lettuce. I need a head of lettuce. Actually, wait, what am I thinking? Just grab all of it.
A bargain at any price.
And then... Fuck it. Let's get this wine.
I let that go too cheaply. A bargain at any price. You drive a hard bargain. You bought that for a song.
Sure. Let's get some ham. Alright, there we go. So...
They say that Oblivion gates have opened. Take care.
Oh yeah, the Oblivion gates have been getting, like, way more out of control most recently. A friend told me there's a burger in Australia with beets in it. Oh, Setrack, you sweet summer child. You absolute idiot. Your friend is wrong. Your friend is wrong. There isn't just a burger in Australia with beets in it. Australia loves beetroot. You are not going to have a hard time trying to find restaurants that will give you burgers with a beetroot in it. It is a staple at Grilled. Burger Urge has it. Much like you are going to find any place that you find out is like doing their own burgers, beetroot, pineapple, fried egg. You are going to find these things in 1 or 2 of the burger options that they give you.
Good day.
It is not a legendary ingredient. It is an ingredient that is often found. Alright, let's see. Highwayman shirt, Jade amulet. No, you do not have anything for me. But I can go to you for some lovely stuff, so that's going to be something in the future. A large amount of progress is just a series of small progress, making it hard to keep motivated at first. Oh yeah, no. Absolutely, I get what you're talking... I pick up what you're putting down there. Blah, 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 blah. Pop-Tart. The main ingredient. Okay, maybe the main ingredient might have a soul gem for me.
Any friend of...
Bartering.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Let's see. Oh, might as well get some glow dust and some garlic while I'm at it. A ginkgo leaf. Let's see. Ooh, plenty of nightshade. Ogre teeth, pumpkin. You don't have what I need. You've got stuff that I want. But no soul gem or yarn. But yeah, no, like beetroot is a common thing to see added into burgers in Australia. So like even McDonald's at one point had a burger or something like that as a promotional thing featuring beetroot in it. So yeah, it's not ridiculous. It's like pineapple on pizza. You are going to find places that are going to do it.
It's my pleasure. Please continue.
Bartering.
Interest you in some of my fine wares.
Grand Soul Gem containing a petty stone. No, thank you. Let's see. White Mage's Robes. Fuck it, let's get the White Mage's Robes while we can. Fire damage, telekinetics. Alright. Who can I go to for yarn? Actually, you know what? There's probably a soul gem in my storage, like back at the Whatsamahoosey Castle. So I probably just need to go over to them. Oh, you're gonna have soul gems, aren't you?
Certainly.
Oh wait,
Let's do business.
oh, I can only
Good day.
Oh. Head of lettuce, got it. I need some yarn. And a lesser soul gem. So that's petty. And then there's a lesser soul gem. Okay, cool. Alright, so it's lesser. I'm looking for lesser.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
Alright. Sippies! Thank you for the sippies. Alright. The Battlehorn Castle is most certainly gonna have some stuff for me. Also, let me just double check my thingy. Yep, cool. Cool. Alrighty. And then there's my Whatsamahoosey horse again. Also, have fun with the little Whatsamahoosey guys fighting. Alright, so I kept a... Understandable. Alright, so you've got a Minotaur there. Alright, back into the private quarters. We need to find ourselves a soul gem. Alright, in this drawer, I should have what I need. Actually, fuck it. Let's grab all these pelts. Common soul gem. I need a petty one. Oh wait, it was a lesser, wasn't it? Grab the lion pelts while I'm here. And... wait, was it petty or lesser? I can't remember which one it wanted me to have. Nope. 6, 7. Here we go. Alright, now I just need to find the lady that does all the, taxidermy shit, because she is gonna have some fun. Because, yeah, I was able to do a Minotaur. Where is she? Hopefully she's somewhere. Check your rings. Oh, yeah, I should probably have... I'll do more exercise once we're thinking of it, and then... where the fuck is she? Nope. This place is huge, but I'm not really using it to the best of my ability.
What is it, Sarah?
Create a trophy. Create a mountain line.
What is it, Sarah? What can I do?
Ogre.
Don't have the... What?
Okay, so you can't make a... So make a wolf.
What is it, Sarah?
Create another trophy. Can you do a bear?
Wonderful. I'll just take... What is it? What? You don't have... What can...
Okay, so I don't have the thing...
Ah, one...
Okay, cool. So the teeth are what you needed.
Don't...
So you can't...
What can I... Ah,
There we go.
what is it?
Okay, so I'm only missing something from the ogre and something from the clan Fear, then.
Very well.
Alright, so I could have gone to her for everything, and then that would have been fine. Ah, they're not there yet. Alright, cool. Well, knowing our luck, they're gonna be there. Oh yeah, yarn! I should probably check boxes for yarn. Damn it. Fuck. Because I don't think... Who can I go to for... Oh, you know what? Yarn's gonna be found in, like, random chests and what have you, so... No doubt it's gonna pop up somewhere. Alrighty, quests. Tears of the Savior. I've purchased Nightfall from at the first edition. I should read it and find out more. Oh yeah, I should probably read that. A, B, C, D. Here we go. Nightfall. Nightfall tells the tale of Garadon and the quest for the Everflow Iwar at the place known as Frostfire Glade. It is supposedly located in the mountains near Bruma. Using some of the references from the story, I was able to pinpoint it on my map. The book also mentions needing special refined frost salts to get into the glade. I should speak to Julianne Fannis about this. Okay, cool. So, let's go to the Arcane Academy. Also, we can hand off those Wilk Stones to that illusion trainer. But we don't really need her. Bonk. Just disrupting everyone's day.
Anything else?
Refined frost salts.
Them for sale. If you'd like to buy some, I have potions and everything you need to make your own. What will it be?
Oh, I probably should have gotten rid of the Daedrus shit as well. I've acquired refined salts. Yep, I've acquired all of them.
Pleasure do a bargain. Pleasure do a bargain at... I let that go too cheaply.
Yes, you did, but it's fine.
You drive a hard bargain.
Bump, bump, bump. Yeah, alright.
If you come across any unusual ingredients in your travels, be sure...
Alright, let me just head to the illusion lady, so then that way, you know, we don't have to... Illusion training, there we go. Wait, did it? Yep, it did. I need to speak with... she can be found at the Arcane University. Yes, she can. This way. Jump into the what's-mahoozy place we go.
I like what I... Welcome to...
The Mage's Staff.
I'm working on it. If you're looking to create your own... Not only has Necromancer... Good day.
Common soul gems. Might as fucking well. No yarn. Huh. Ooh, I'll take the rice. Yarn! There we go. We've got what we need. We have everything we need for the what's-mahoozies. Alright. Let's wait 10 hours so it gets into the daytime. Nighttime. Daytime!
Good day. Ah, 10 Welkins.
There we go.
Always keep your magical equipment sharp. Knowledge is power.
Yep, I'm already at like the maximum thingy-majiggy.
He's that Imperial Watch captain that's always chasing after Some say that Traven is misusing the power of the Archmage's position to further his personal agendas.
Is that a good idea to say out loud in the Mage's What's Mahoozy?
Yes, it's all finished. It's in that cupboard back in the corner. You too.
There we go. Alright. Mage's Staff of Shock. There. Oh, actually, let me just pick up everything in there. Because I can. Petty, common. Just picking up all the fucking free shit I can that's worthwhile. Less rude song, novice mortar and pedestals. Here we go. Because we also need the head of lettuce. Alright, let's get some of this. We might as well pick up all this nonsense while we can. Who knows, might be useful. Just pressing E rapidly. And I'm not gonna get over encumbered because I have the feather potion! I have so much stuff that's providing me feather. Nope, nope, wasn't meant to sit down. No, get back up! You have things to pick up! Picking up all this rubbish and is very unlikely to use all of it. But it is what it is. Just picking up every fucking thing that I can. It's free, okay? In this economy, you try and get everything that you can that's free. Otherwise, like, it's a waste of time. Alright, so, quests. Tears of the Savior. I have acquired. Now to make my way to the Whatsamahoozies. Open the map. Oh, wow! I've... So I have been here before. So I have been here before with no understanding. Brilliant. That's how I feel. I didn't mean to sit down. Look, I didn't mean to eat 2 hamburgers all those years ago, but it's just so fucking good. Hmm. Alright, so that wasn't as stealthy as I hoped, but, you know, we'll do better in the future. Yay! You now move more quietly even when running and wearing heavy boots. Oh my god, my stealth is so low. Hey! I'm able to do them in one hit now. Excellent. Hopefully they're not asking me... Ah, okay. I've arrived at the entrance to the Frostfire Glade. Like the book describes, the refines are in my hand. All I must do is by touching it. Ah! Stretching! Oh, big stretch! Big stretch for the big boy! Here we go. I have entered the Frostfire Glade. The entire area seems filled with a swirling, freezing mist. The extreme cold in this place is unbearable without magical protection. The glade is true to its namesake. The frost burns as if it was fire. I should now carefully begin... Ah, okay, so hang on. There we go. Oh, never mind. I thought there would be some, like, what's-a-mahoozy, like, pain, but there doesn't seem to be the case here. Oh, hello. Where am I going? What am I doing? In the center, I've discovered an astonishing sight. Guardian himself locked in eternal frozen struggle with a huge frost atronach. It appears that has dropped his weapon and was using the UR to protect himself. Smash, which reacted with the magical and froze everything solid. It sat in for such a noble knight. Is there any way for me to break it? Oh, hello. Oh my god, it wants me to pick up how many? How many does it want me to pick up? I hate this. I can't see fucking shit! I have to, like... Alright, hang on. Okay, 5. I can now return to... Okay, so I only needed to find 5 of them. Can I... Frostfire, Frost Crag... Oh, she's all the way down here. Okay, cool. Oh, I can't fast travel from here? Are you serious? There's a sky! I should be able to just leap really tall over the glade and then just, you know, zoom out of here. My goodness. Oh well. The glade is beautiful, don't get me wrong, but the sooner I get out of here, the better. Making my way through the glades after killing everyone in my way. Ba 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 bum ba bum ba bum ba 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 bum ba bum. None of them are out to get me because I am the one who is above all. Ba 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 bum ba bum 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 ba 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 bum ba bum. Oh, look, there's my horse. And there's some bears. Thank you for the bear pelt. Ooh, the Beast's Maw doesn't sound like something I've been to before. Let's Yum. I survived that. Ah, not you. Fuck you, Will-O-Wisps. You're absolutely terrible. Oh my god, another Gate of Oblivion off on the horizon. What will I ever do? Walk right past it. That's what. Not my problem. Oh my god, look at me fucking go. I survived that. Yay, my blunt has temporarily grants you shield. Nice. There we go. You're dead. Mithril seems like the... Revolutionary combat right here. Wow, you got nothing for me, do you? It is then. SOS. Oh, enemies are nearby. Oh, I have to deal with you, that's why. Repair everything to increase our level. When you finish your body fat percentage goal, I'm sure you'll move to increase your muscle mass and become more and more like your son. Is it? It's inevitable? Who knows? Who knows? I don't. Actually, one of the things I need to think about doing until that day, I might need to put on my fursuit and figure out, like, what's up with my arms and what have you, and probably contact the fursuit maker, because I wanted to talk to them about doing some, like, there's a repair that needs to happen to my ear and one of my hooves, so, and I also wanted them to do, like, one small edit to the arm, so then that way there's like a shoulder, like, there's some straps on it, so then that way, rather than me having to pull the sleeves up every time, it has like a little like elastic band on the back or something, so then that way it goes over my shoulders, because the likelihood of me wearing one but not the other is very low. And if we do, like, you know, want to do that, and it's like, yeah, then just put like a clip or something like that on the back. Either way, but anywhoosies, either way, I need to try on the fursuit at some point in the future and see what the, like, what it's like wearing the sleeves, and potentially, like, sending it back to the fursuit maker and being like, hey, can you do some repairs for me? Because they live in, they live in Australia, thankfully, so it wouldn't be, like, you know, a terrible shipping situation. But I would still need to... Oh my god, there's another Daedra? Okay. Why is there all these conjurers here? Why do you suddenly heal? That makes... Note to self, I am going to need to increase my speed, because these mages love to just fucking run when they have the opportunity. They do not give a shit. Also, who the fuck is Roland Genseric? Who the fuck is Roland Genseric? Cookie for Fizz Tiger! Here's your cookie, Fizz Tiger. Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is Roland? Nope. Alright, so maybe I'm not supposed to be here at this point because, you know, door is locked, and it's probably, like, quest-related. Dun, 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 dun. And there's some stones over here. You doing good, Fizz? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. I'm having a pretty good day. It's the start of the Saturday, that is true. I imagine that there is a mixture of people... no, let's not change our star sign. There is a mixture of people who are not watching the stream because either A, they're watching the Game Fest stream where it's revealing, you know, all the different video games that are going to be coming out in the foreseeable future. And then other people might be busy in Ferality. As tempting as it would be to join Ferality, I'm not exactly enthusiastic about going into convention spaces. Like, Ferality is a convention space, by the by. Like, I know it's a VR meetup thing for, like, furries and such, but quite frankly, it's a convention. That's what it is. I'm not exactly enthusiastic about going just because everyone else is going to this thing. So, yeah. Also, I don't have, like, a lot of spare monies. I've put all my money, like, I've put away all of my spending money because of, the Nintendo Switch 2 that I have. So, for the next little while, yeah. GrantZeebs doesn't have any money. I gotta do my best. And I have to deal with this spider, Daedra. Oh, look at that! It's a fucking mud crab. Being a dick. Alright, let me get rid of this stone fella here. Lol, get fucked over. Alright, pick up the Void Salt, pick up all that Daedra shit, pick up this Daedra shit. Another empty mine. Huh. Oh yeah, it's more goblin ladies. There we go. Alright, but yeah, so... I know, like, Unnamed and a few people are going to it and such, but yeah, I just given this weekend and, like, having worked the last week and, like, the way my funds are right now, I'm not entirely in a, let's throw money at a convention that I'm probably only gonna spend, like, 2 hours on. So yeah, I'm kind of fine just chilling in Discords or, you know, playing video games when the mood takes me, much like this one here. It's faster pressing R than left-clicking, I realized. Same. Yeah. You and I, Fizz, we get it. We kindred spirits. Juliandrodes, continue your penance to earn the god's forgiveness. Oh my god, it thinks I'm a criminal. Jesus. That ain't good. Also, how far away am I from my thing? Oh, I'm still a ways. Several gates of Oblivion later. Let's just keep running. And then... Calote. Over here. Yep, sure, let's head to Calote. 6, 5, 7. Alright, so I want to use 7. Abilities from the well. There we go. Let's avoid all that. Can I outrun them? Would be good if I could. I don't know if I will, though. Oh my god, another Gate of Oblivion. There is a lot of Gates of Oblivion just popping out of nowhere now, is there? Jesus. Yep, and I get frozen, because of course I do. Note to self, make myself resistant to, like, paralysis and all kinds of magic. Just to save time with my lives. There we go. Oh, this is not a marked Gate of Oblivion. Okay. Oh, now it is. I was just on the wrong side of that Gate of Oblivion, it seems. Alright, grab that Daedra Heart, grab those teeth. Oh, the stone fella I should probably get rid of at some point as well. There we go. Alright. Jump. Goodness gracious. So many Gates of Oblivion. I might actually have to start closing some of them. Fuck it, let's just fast travel. Nope, we cannot because there's enemies nearby. It's a mud crab, isn't it? Oh, no, it's a rat. Oh, it's a boar. Okay. Oh, actually. Shira Gorath. Let's go to Shira Gorath, hand in his quest thing, and then because we hand in the quest thing, we can then, you know, head to What's-Mahoozies, most likely. Do you wish to leave your offerings? Yes, I do. Oh, are you bored? Oh, he's bored, chat. Like a zebra. Please, make me a 7-foot-tall, muscly zebra. I would love that.
It's a nice, peaceful place. And dull. They're going to make their lives interesting. They're a superstitious bunch. Everything is an omen or a portent. Let's make one come true. Find their shaman.
Alright, after I left the requested, spoke to me and told me the settlement of Border Watch. I am to simulate a prophecy by committing 2 acts. Alright. Alright, let's do the fast. This should hopefully be a... You cannot go that way, turn back. Oh, goddamn. Okay. So I need to be mindful, because this is, like, close to a border or something like that. Ugh. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Welcome to Border Watch, stranger. You are well. You know of the Kashara? Wonderful. It has been told from our fathers, and our father, my great-great-great-grandfather Kashara, for... I am Ribasa. These are the signs as they were foretold. First, there is the plague of vermin. Rats, I would imagine. Oof, horrible little things. I always keep a powerful rat poison around in case I... Next is the plague of famine. It is foretold. We have but the 6 sheep in our pasture. The plague of fear. I will not speak of this, not to any out. Perhaps you'd like to know more. I'm glad you asked. I could go. Many are the evenings we spend around the cooking fire, sharing stories. If you'd like, she also. On Citadel's north. Please, go on. Yeah. Don't. I doubt it.
He doubts it.
Doubt. That's pretty good. Yes. Don't try to manipulate me. No more! You're frightening me. I doubt it. Good. Don't waste your flattery on me. Yes, whatever you... What nonsense. That's pretty good. Goodbye.
Alright. So... stay at Border Watch Inn, which apparently has a large collection of cheeses. Alright. The Vermin Infestation and Plague. I stay at the Border Watch Inn, which apparently has a large collection of cheeses. Where the fuck is the inn? Thank you for the Hyper Himbo Meeps! Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. I need to find an inn. Also, am I, like, really tall for some reason? Gib Cookie? You know how to ask for cookies. You're always demanding cookies. You're just sucking them all. You're just like, cookie! Just grabbing cookies wherever you can. Alright, I'm guessing the inn is up here. Is it this one? Is this the inn? Yep, that's the Border Watch Inn. A lot of cheeses. No, not the bald! Ah! Also, where the fuck is that Nim root? Oh. There we go. 5 hours. Now you know my pain. To be bald! No! Also, why am I so... Why is everyone so small?
Watch in. We don't get many visitors. Take a seat or feel free to look. I would gladly... It's been a hobby of mine for years. A more pungent cheese you'll never find. I keep it locked away tight. If I were to try cooking with it... Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something...
Alright, get rid of the ebony mace. That's my mage staff. Get rid of all the bear pelts and the glass dagger. And all the line pelts.
That's more than I'd usually. That's a fair deal.
Yep, cool. Alright. Grab the cheese wedges, cause you never know. Manual of Arms, silver dagger.
Thank you. There's a rope.
I'll take it.
Okay. Take care.
So I'm guessing that's the cheese we need to try and get to. Well, we're gonna easily be able to get it at midnight. So, also, why am I feel way too big for this place. Alright. Alright, so hopefully it'll be like 10 p.m. or something like that in this time frame. And we get to level up. Yay, level 27. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. What the why are you all here?
It's my pleasure.
What is this viewing angle? POV, you're talking to the Zeebs? Eebs from like what the fuck?
Orcs don't ride. You too?
Why?
Welcome to Border Watch. Welcome to Border Watch.
Why are they giving me that point of view now? That's so weird. Do you just watch me sleep?
Welcome to the board. Take a seat. Take care.
Like, everyone is so... Like, look at this. Like, my eye level should be at the 3rd thing, but then it's here. What? What the what? What is with this height? Something's gone wrong. Something has gone very, very wrong. That was a like, I need to we need to somehow fix that height. There's no way I should be this tall. Alright, so now I need to get to the pen, wherever they are, and start a rat infestation. Stay, which apparently has a large collection of cheeses, which I have done. First, create an infection of vermin. Alright, well, the easiest way would be to LM... Where's the cheese? HIJKLMNO. Where the fuck is the cheese? HIJKL. Where'd the cheese go? There we go. Hopefully by leaving that cheese there, it's gonna start a plague. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't bug this, mission. Hopefully one of my moderators is here to explain. Because the cheese is just here. And then reactivate a feeding trough. Alright, hang on. Let's go all the way back. Hang on. It's just raining all the fucking time. So there they are again.
Good morning.
What's going on with you? Good day. Golovia is a land of... I'm glad you asked. I could. Many are the evenings we spend around the cooking fire, sharing. If you'd like to stay, I'd suggest. She also has the finest collection of cheeses in the
Farewell. Has become more dangerous.
Place it in the cooking pot. Yes. I've placed it. The smell from it is astonishing.
Many settlers have been
I have heard Argonia is a strange and treacherous place. It is no wonder all things are happening there.
and watch the boys.
Alright, speak with him about the prophecy.
You've seen it. You've seen the first. It has come. We're. It has come. We're Goodbye.
And then take the right poison. Take the rat poison. And then we go into... Let's just break into his house real quick.
For the love of Azur, you've seen it. It has come. Goodbye.
Nah. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I did a fucky wucky. Oh, no. I've done a fucky wucky, didn't I? Alright, let me just head back to... Wait. Let me head back to this one. Let me do a proper save. Because I might have rushed the what's-mahoozy. So, save. We'll make a new save here. No! Jack, why? Why the cactar? I was just here minding my own business. My own business. My very own business. Hang on, I'm gonna need to pick up some cheese. Get needled, you are home now. Welcome home, I hope you're doing good. Where the fuck is the cheese? I had a cheese a while ago, didn't I? L, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. Nope, cheese ain't here anymore. Where the fuck did the cheese go? The cheese tax, the cheese tax. Did I not steal the cheese? I mean, I don't have work today. Yay! Congratulations! You don't have work! Putting you through the bitter end. Alright, where the fuck is my... Cheddar, marble. Open this display. Alright, hang on. Have I really, like, just screwed over because of all the different autosaves I have here? I probably have. Because... Bonnie's house... So yeah, because there's a 2-day difference between the Frostglade and... What's-mahoozies. There's a 20-minute difference. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Alright, let's try this autosave. Let me see if I can get the cheese again. Because all the sheep are dead, I think, in this one as well, which I've made the mistake of doing. Oh, boy. Oh, wait, nope, hang on. Awesome, cool. So, whoop. Alright, cool. So there's the cheese. And then... So, okay, so we're not totally busted. We've placed it in there, and it makes a very strong aroma. We make a new save here. So that way, all the sheep are still alive. And then the rats will do their thing. Oh, there's the rats. Jesus Christ, it is a real fucking infestation, isn't it? But yeah, so what are you going to be doing on your day off, Jack? What are you going to be doing now that you have Saturday free? You have used cheese to lure many rats into the... I should speak with Ribasa to see if he believes this is part of the prophecy. Take the rat poison.
You've seen the first sign. It has come. We're doomed. Doomed. I don't like to think about me seeing you.
Okay, maybe I'm supposed to leave the poison. Oh, never mind. They're all doing their thing. Like, come on, dude.
You've seen the... It has come. Take care.
So he believes it's happening. So you're just gonna be doing art. Not fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Alright, let me drop the rat poison, because maybe... Nah. Maybe the rat poison needs to be left there. So... Yep, here's all the rats. Ah! Yep, so you use cheese to lure the thingamadiggy. So we do a quick save here. He dashes out. Drop some rat poison there. And then he drops some rat poison there.
You've seen the first sign. Perhaps this is the beginning of the Kashara. Nobody goes into the mountains but hunters and thieves on the lam. It has come. We're doomed. Doomed. Run while you can, stranger. Get out. Be seeing you.
Is that all he's gonna tell me? He's just like, oh, we're doomed. Run while you still can. It's like, yeah, we've already... Fuck it, let's go talk to Shigarath again. Maybe he'll have something different for us. This is a very confusey sort of mission, or quest, really. There he is. There's the Shigarath. Will this close out the mission? Nah, nothing happens.
Bugs everywhere, all over.
I wish there were children here.
And then he just, like, retreats into his house. Like, come on, man. Can I get, like, a little bit of explanation as to what's going on? Get Oblivion over there. Making our way downtown, driving fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. Ba da da dun da dun 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 da 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 dun da dun. Yep. So the rats are slowly dying. Alright, let's get it up to the later hours of the day! Ugh. Nope, still can't go. But yeah, what in the world is with this, like, head height? Like, I feel like my head should not be that high. Like, look, it is a significant height difference, I'm pretty sure. And all but one. So yeah, so this is like eye level or something like that. And then that's crouched. But if I look here, my eye level is supposed to be like way lower down. So I don't understand what's going on. Also, can you get out of your, like, hut? Please? There you are. Alright, so you're back out again.
This doesn't look good. You've seen it. It has come. Take care. These are troubling signs. Gods protect. Fighting's easy. You too.
Am I gonna have to look up this quest?
You've seen it. You've seen the first sign. Perhaps it has come. We're doomed.
Yep, I'm gonna be looking up this, what's Mahuzi? Oblivion Kasara Prophecy. Once you travel, set up the plague of disease and the plague of famine. Return to, alright, so we've done the offering of the gods. So we take the wedge from a display box. You can pickpocket or kill, and then take the key from or the strong charm. Once you place the cheese, the rats will appear from east. After come, we'll run around placing on the ground. After take the rat poison and head over to the sheep pen. Ah, okay. So we grab the rat poison. And because of that rat poison, we then put it in the feeding trough. Place the rat poison in the feeding trough? Yes, you have poison in the feeding trough. Cool. And then hopefully... And then... sprinkle the rat poison and the sheep will eat it, then stand back and watch they succumb to the poison. You don't need to use the poison on the sheep. Using your weapon of choice will work just as well. If you kill the sheep earlier, just wait around a while after putting the rat poison in the feeding, and it'll give you the confirmation that you completed the second phase. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. This one, not so much a fun quest. Alright, sheep should die shortly. Or... Oh, there we go.
Done well, mortal. I'm amused to think. Head into the center of Border Watch and make sure to dock.
Hey, now we're cooking with gas. All right, so head to the center, and what happens now? Uh-oh. Oh! Dogs. It's raining fucking wolves. What the shit? The Plague of Fear. I should return to the shrine. Yep. Fucking crazy. Fast travel to the shrine. I'm not gonna run. Well, did that. Alright.
Good times. Good times. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Here, take this. It's a fun little toy. Now go away before I kill you.
Cool. Shigaroth has awarded me for my efforts by giving me the Wabajack. Yay. Oh, and then there's the Nocturnal Thingamadiggy over on there. But we also have the other quest over with, Lei Win, which is down here. So, travel, hand those things over to her. I am going to go for another piss while this game is loading. I am so sorry. I'm in a very pissing mood right now, it seems. My bladder does not want to give me rest. Oh, well, you know, it, like, went for a pissing break when there's an advertisement that needs to go on, so that's fine. We are A-okay, I say. Alright, let me jump. I need to fix this head camera thing. I don't understand why my camera head is, like, so high up. It should not be this high. Like, look at me, I'm, like, basically...
Good day. Be seeing you.
You look like... Yes, I've heard of mages who seal refined frost salts. Sounds like some... You found 5 of the tears?
There we go.
Fantastic. They're the pride. The tears look beautiful in my collection. 1,000 thanks once again.
How in the world do I fix my camera? What choreography dance is that? I don't know. It's just something from Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. Camera height bug. Oh my god, there's a camera bug. Switch to third person, save the game, restart the full game, manually load the third person camera save, do not use continue, then go first person. Okay, so that's how we fix this. Okay, so we go like this, save, new save, then we go exit. Yep. Alright, give me a few. We need to exit out of the game completely, and then we should be good. Everyone is just playing the games. Oh. So that's the Dyson Sphere project. That's that. That's them. That's that. I don't know any of these people. Ding. Yep, you're offline. You're doing something. Alright. Let's get this game started up again, shall we? Hopefully this game will not crash. I want to go for like the Nocturne Daedra thing, and then I think I have enough Daedra artifacts, so we'll have like a pick and choose of which one we'll sacrifice for the main quest line. I have no clue how far away we are from the ending of the main story, but we must be close if we have to sacrifice a Daedra artifact. Load game. Load Grant. Load the Leowin, where we've been playing for the last 45 hours in this save. Jesus. Real time sinking kind of stuff in this game. Love it. But I do need to find... I wanted to find, like, better gear for alchemy purposes. There we go. Hopefully that fixes it. Let's see. Yep, that fixes it. Alrighty. F6. Imperial Corruption. Must... Black Soul Gem. Seeking Your Roots. Blood of the Daedra. Malekith. One has told me that in order to have the Daedra, I must have a offering of troll fat. I think I have troll fat on me at all times. But, actually, set the... Let's head off to Nocturnal. Let's go check out Nocturnal, shall we? Because I'm pretty sure... Whoop. That is a text message notification. Just a heads up, your scheduled renewal payment is coming through on the 8th. Oh, okay. That is just a reminder that I need to pay my bills. I have so many fucking bills.
What is your business? You should not be in this place.
I wish to approach the sign.
Remember, this place is safe.
Night among strangers. Secrets in the dark.
Hello.
Nocturnal is here. But my eye is blind and drowned, stolen from its shrine and hid in dark waters. To steal from a god is most unwise. In Leowin, true Harmonians think themselves secret.
Uh-huh.
But the eye has seen them. Find these
Alright.
thieves in the city that spans the waters. Learn where they hide my eye.
Alright, we're going back into the city.
Retrieve the eye of Nocturnal Mortal, and return it to me, and I shall look favorably upon you.
Sounds good. Alrighty. Now we have to run back. Joy. Jump. Oh, that is a lot smoother all of a sudden. What happened in my game to make it go extra smooth all of a sudden? I don't think I have motion blur or something weird like that turned on. Zoomies. God, we're gonna get here in no time whatsoever. Hmm. But yeah. It wouldn't really be important, but... What if I, like, took a... Oh, hello. You know what? Fuck that Oblivion Gate. You're way too close to the city. Let's fix that. It's way too close to the city. I don't like it here. Let's fix this. You're like right there, right in front of it. It's absolutely a terrible idea. Alrighty. Oh, it's one of these kinds of Oblivion gates where we have to like go through the tower, pull some levers, and then we're good. There we go. Yep, let's grab all that. Fuck you, walking crocodile! Alrighty. The Eternal Twilight. Let's see how quickly we can get up this space. Ow. Ow. Thank you for Daedra Heart. Sure, let's pick up all those. So you weren't what I needed. Alright, you look like we can get to where we need to go. Yep. Ah! Once again, tries to fucking stun me, and it does so successfully. Where's the other enemy? Come on. Up. Cannot. Cannot repair while enemies are nearby. Of course I can't. Where the fuck are they? Yep, let's keep going up. Ah, got me again with the fucking lightning paralysis. need to find a way to make myself resistant to the paralysis. Cannot do it while enemies are nearby. Of course not. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe I need to make those weird magic spells at some point. The ones that are like, oh, let's give you like infinite mana so you can do like the impossible spells. Maybe that's something I'm gonna need to do next. Alright. Repairing everything that we can! There we go. 95! So close, yet so far. Oh my god. Even when I'm holding everything, it... Okay. Let's see... Alright, so... Let's get one Cuirass, one boot, and... Did I not have any Greaves, or did I already drop... Oh my god, where are the Greaves? Maybe it was a bad idea trying to drop the gear that's color-coded red in a room that's color-coded red. Oh well. My bad. Knowing our luck, we'll probably get more. Dink donk, thank you for the teeth. The doy, the ba ba bum. There we go. And then there's things we need to... Oh, missed that. Alright, let me try that again. Dink, run across, and let's activate the levers. So... Yep, activates both of them. So then... Alright, head out to the Wastes of Oblivion. Yep, alright, so then we go into the next one, and then we just need to drop down, and then should be good. And then it will help get rid of this gate. Lockpicks, Daedra Heart, and there we go. And then I think that's it for us. So then we go back out into the whatsamahoozies. And... Yep. So now we go... Alright, pro gamer move! Pro gamer move! I survived that. Meow. Let's repair all this stuff. There we go. Battle axe. So that takes us up to the Waste of Oblivion, which we don't want. We need to go up. Meow. Dink. Dark Salvation. And from here, we... Oh my god, so much running! Oh, cool. Will you give me Greaves?
B1G_DJ demands you drink.
Will try to hold my wiener dog above my head like Simba asks me about my wiener. What? Where did that... That's a reference to something, isn't it? Like, isn't there like a Brooklyn... Not Brooklyn Nine-Nine. 22 Jump Street, like, reference. Is that a 22 Jump Street reference of the whole ask me about my wiener thing? Yep, grabbed everything. Then we repair all this. There we go. Alright. Making our way up to the top, avoiding anything that's going to chop us in half. Yes. Cool. I was correct on that one. You. All right. Get fucked. Yes, I understand I'm over-encumbered, game, but let me have my moment of destroying everything. Alright, so... Let's see. Yep, so all that is getting drained right now. Actually, hang on. Let me keep all that, and let's see what we can repair. And then we'll start dropping stuff. And then... what's Retribution of Hypocrisy? Damage Personality. Okay. And then... let's drop the Claymore. Because that's a Claymore there. Daedric Mace, the Jabba Walk. Alright. The Sanguinium, like, something or other. Jonah Hill wears a giant hot dog costume. The movie is Accepted, not 21 Jump Street. Oh, okay. Oh, I know. I've seen Accepted. That's the one where someone was like, oh, Harmon University or something like that, or something or other, and they couldn't get into the university, so they in order to not disappoint their parents and get in trouble, they invented South Harmon Institute of Tech, or SHIT for short. And they didn't realize it at first. And they made a website to like make it look all legitimate, and then they had like a dean in there, and lo and behold, all these other people started coming to this university thinking, you know, it's a legitimate university, and because they've all been rejected from other things, so now I remember this movie. My goodness. How long am I silenced for? Jesus Christ, this guy. Get fucked. Alrighty, yep, let's grab everything. Let's use this to get our magical essence. Longsword of the Dynamo, and it gives us some interesting stuff. Alright. I did the quick save because I'm kind of curious what the, what's Mahuzi will give us. And whether or not it's worth, like... Transcendence Sigil Stone. Okay, so that's what it's called. Frost damage and resist frost. Honestly, pretty good. Pretty good. Ah, stretching! Sorry, just stretching right now. Ugh. I'm gonna need to get my diet shake at some point shortly for my, at some point. Because I went for a meal at my breakfast, so then that way I was able to, you know, do the streaming and such like that with way more energy than I normally do, rather than having a diet shake in the morning. So I moved, so instead of having a meal at lunch or dinner time, I went for the morning. For all of you viewers. So yeah, but when it gets to lunchtime, we'll definitely need to grab the diet shake. I have vanilla and mocha as my options. We are most likely going to go with mocha as our flavor, because it is the one I would have in the morning and what have you. Alright, Nocturnal. The thieves be in Lewin. Abi, go there, find the thieves, and return the, what's Mahuzi. Alrighty, the Eye of Nocturnal. Doesn't sound familiar.
and Bajin have been bragging about some big score they made recently. They claim it's a...
Alright. Well, we know where to go next. In here. And we get to get in here without needing to break in, so you know that we're morally right in this one.
I'm Bijin. I'm a hunter and Weebamna's partner. I hope he didn't bother you about the rat. Yes. Why? Why would you ask? I've never heard. We'll see. Don't, please. Don't waste your flattery on me. I accept. Well done. Don't talk such. What a dumb joke. Yes, yeah. Don't waste your flattery on. That's just really interesting.
Yeah, don't question it, woman.
I accept. Remarkable. What a dumb. Don't waste your flattery on me. That's just not funny. Yes, yeah. Don't. Well done.
And yes, I'm probably going with like the worst options here.
What? For me, that's...
Alright.
Why? Hey, you're the one they call... Bye.
Webam.
It's my pleasure. Why do... I am Weeba. Never heard of the thing. And no...
They've asked too many questions. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to stalk them. Oh, for sale.
Look at the I'm Singor. I'm actually captain. President, Vice President. We're a small, select organization of crime fighters.
Oh my god. Look at this try hard.
I heard that some cult. Goodbye.
Alrighty, F6. So, denies knowing anything and tells me knows nothing either. Perhaps I should try to listen on their comments, see if they offer any clues. Oh, it wants me all the way down here for whatever reason. Okay. I love how it just, like, points to, like, a very far-off place. I reckon that's a mistake. I reckon it's not supposed to tell me where the fucking Eye of Nocturne is already. But who cares? I'm going for it. Oh. Pick up that new route. Sacred Lotus, Water, What's Mahuzi, another Lotus, Water Thingy Meduzi, Sacred Lotus. Ding dong ding bong. Alright, cool. Moving on. Fiddly-dees. Tidewater Cave. Alrighty then, so I'm guessing in Tidewater Cave is the Eye of Nocturne then. Just making this quest easy for myself. Why is there a stronger troll than normal? Pick up the bear pelt, pick up the calipers and the... Oh my god, am I already exhausted? Alright, hang on. Alrighty. Alright, what's the heaviest thing? Alright, we don't need more than one of those. We don't need more of one of those. Alright, should be good now. Moving on. More bears. I wonder why these guys have calipers. Alright, so a bedroll, just in case. Did I miss a turn? Yes, I did. I missed a turn. Damaging willpower, water breathing, and water walking. Arrows. I'm guessing I'm not supposed to be here, am I? Not really. Oh wait, maybe? Maybe not here. Oh, mountain lion. Get fucked, lion. You are inferior to the Zeebs! More troll fat. Weird. God damn. What a... Alright, cool. So it is this way. Alright, cool, 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 cool. And then... The Eye of Nocturne. There we go. That took Warhammer of Absorption. And now I'm over encumbered. That is fine. Alright. Oh wait, do I have a feather potion? Crazy to think that after all this time, I'm still, you know, getting, what's-mahoozies. Store health, fortify health, water breathing, fire shield, resisting shock, resisting frost. Nah, cool. Alrighty, Retribution, Claymore, Longsword Blood, Mage's Staff of Shock, Greater Staff of what's-mahoozy. 17 uses versus 40. 15 feet in 1 second. Fuck it, we'll drop you. 759 out of 62. Nice. Alright. Now we can get out of this cave. We give it to Nocturne, and we get something from her. And then I need to head back to the Battlehorn Castle and drop off some of my things. Yeah, sorry. Seat was just in a bit of a weird spot. Oh, hey, another Nimroot! Thank you. Anything else? Oh, mud crab. Fuck you, mud crab. Thank you for your crab meat. Oh, cool. I actually have, like, a pretty decent, distance I can move around and such. Nice, 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 nice! Alrighty. Deep Scorn Hollow. No fucking idea what Deep Scorn Hollow is like. And then there's an Oblivion Gate, like, right outside it, though. I have arrived at Deep Scorn Hollow. Rumors talks of an underground lair hidden there. I should try to find the entrance. There it is. Someone made a YouTube video a while ago of, like, rating all the different player houses, and that this was one of the DLC houses. So, they showed me how to get in there. Kahlua will know about this. Yeah, what about it? I should read it to learn more about this place. After reading the journal, I've learned that I can acquire everything I need to restore this place to its original state from the Rowley Eardolf at the Wadnet Inn just outside the Imperial City. Cool. I'll take that flaw pearl, though. Is there any other way for me out of this place is the question. The victim's loot chest? Oh my goodness. Alright. Uh-huh. The Deep Scorn Cloister. What is it? Oop. Font only a vampire carrying a purge blood salts. Maybe, okay, so that's a vampire thing. And then, so this is like a real seedy underbelly kind of home. Yep, there's just a skull there. And then Deep Scorn Bastion. And then this is a trapdoor to the Whatsmahoozy Bay. Alright, well now we got a good way of getting in and out without too much trouble. Okay, cool. So the trapdoor is just over here. Nice. It's a little bit of a ways away from the Whatsmahoozy, but that's fine. Another Nimroot. I found 20 of the Nimroots, so I should return in Skingrad so you can create a moderate version of the Potion of Exploration. Sounds good. Ding dong. Head to the West Gate. Give him all those potions, and then we head back to our castle. We drop off all the gear there, and then we can head back to Nocturne. Oh my god. Sprint. Sprint, 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 sprint. He's in the attic. Or no, he's not in the attic. He's in the basement. He's in the basement.
Interesting. Go on.
No, I'm not going to go on. I am going to move on. Alright, yep.
Amazing. I think if I'm to create a strong version of the 30 should do it this time. Yes, that would be perfect.
Are you fucking serious? You have now asked me for about, like, 10, 20, and then 30. You're asking me for, like, 60 Nimroots. You fuck... Oh my god. This guy is just desperate for some, like...
You get any closer? What do you want? Bernadette Pennilys works over at the... Farewell.
How dare he? Taking all my hard-earned. The bills can't be that high. For Nimroot, they definitely should not be. Alright, back over to the Battlehorn Castle. We drop off some of our stuff. And we should be good for heading back to Nocturnal, giving her her eye. And then we should get something nice from her. And at that point, I would probably say, fuck it. Let me get myself my diet shake, and then we'll go in through more of the main quest line. I reckon is how we're gonna do it. Hey, and night. Oh, Benny, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Benny3356. Welcome, Benny. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Hi. This is a very casual sort of... Hi there, Nightman. Alright, so. Weapons. Put you away. We'll keep these. Put you away. Uh-huh. Alright. I better not have taken everything. No, I did not. Okay, cool. So. Daedric Boots, Cuirass, Greaves, Ding, Dong, Bam. And then White Mage Robes. Alrighty. Alright, so the Warblade is really cool. Aegis of the Apocalypse drains our luck, but... So that's that silly ring of protection. Beveled gauntlets. No idea what beveled means. Boots of the something or rather. Bow, brass. Chillrend. Okay, so we already got a lot of Daedric stuff. Jesus. Blah 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 blah. Dremora, Dwarven, ebony arrows, ebony gear, ebony ring. Some elven stuff, some fire, gauntlets of something or other, gauntlets of punishment. Grand ring of Aegis. Yep, I will definitely be wearing some of those. Blah, 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 blah. The Kavach Cuirass fortifies our endurance and strength. Lord Whatsmahoozy's Bulwark. You doing fine? Nah, fair enough. The only way to squeeze your Nimrod out of someone is because that person is a huge Nimrod. Exactly. Alright, so we'll grab that mask, because that's one of the, thingamiggies. Mundane Ring reflects spells and resists magic, which is honestly pretty good. We'll definitely be wearing that when it gets to it. We got plenty of repair hammers. Ring of Shadows. Yep, we'll take that with us. Sanguine Rose, Savior's Hide. Those are Daedric artifacts. Spectre's Ring. We'll take that with us. Wabajack is thingy. Alright. That should be it for Daedric artifacts in this... or Mantle of the Woodsman. No, that's not a Daedric artifact. Lightning Run boots. I'm pretty sure that's everything in excuse me. Was in the middle of a yawn there. I'm pretty sure that's everything concerning stuff I have that is Daedric artifact related. Oh wait, no, Ebony Blade. That's another Daedric artifact. Base ring of athletics. Ow! And once again, it doesn't do the thingamadiggy. Night Eye, skeleton thingamadoogies, that ring of protection. Alright. So that's that. And then this was all the, whatsamahoozy stuff that I wasn't, but really that's supposed to be going elsewhere. Yeah, that's all the 99 nonsense. Alright. Ding. So, Aegis, that's the diary translation, that's the fort key. None of that weighs anything. We'll put the bear pelts away, the blizzard away, the bouquet of flowers, all the calipers, candlelight chameleon, damage, ding dong, eye of nocturne, we need that. Flame tempest. We've read everything we need from Nightfall. Let's get rid of the line pelt. Mute a note from whatsamahoozies. Pale Pass map. It weighs nothing. Psychic Motion, Scorching Blow, Searing Grass, Sever the whatsamahoozie, Summon that, Superior Self, Superior Spell, Reflection. None delivered. Weakness to Potion. The Wilk Stones. We can put 3 of those away. Alright. That should be... Actually, hang on. Just in case. Sleep for 1 hour, which allows us to level up. Because, yeah, look at us going. Look at us blitzing through all this shit. Gonna be absolute...
I take it you want something.
No, we're good. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Arandaho. I appreciate it. Alrighty, let's head back to Nocturne, and let's get ourselves an artifact, and then we'll head back over to the Cloud Ruler Temple, and we're probably gonna give up a artifact that's, you know, level up, swelling up. Alrighty, ding, dong, zoom out, move across, head back to Nocturnal's Shrine. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, what was up with that kind of viewpoint? Alrighty, you.
My eye is returned, and I once again see into the darkness that is your world. We mock the thieves, for bitter is their loss. You, mortal, may take this. It shall open the secrets of dark places for you.
Nocturnal was pleased that I've returned the Eye of Nocturnal. I have been rewarded with the skeleton key. Oh, is that going to be like the skeleton key from, blah, 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 blah. Is that going to be like the skeleton key from Skyrim where it just is able to break anything? Does your cake grow in Hyper Himbo mode? A little bit. Just a little bit. I have not done... There's not been that much done to it. Do I want to learn the guard spell? Yes, I do. Drop that. And then repair hammer. There we go. Oh my god, where's... That is awesome. We now have the skeleton key. Okay, so... We've done that. Cinder Cliff, and then there's that strange door. So yeah, so Arena, Pilgrimage, Finding the Thieves Guild, Paranoia, A Knife in the Dark. I haven't spoke to What's Mahuzi. Malakath has me needing to give them Troll Fat. Venerable Vintage, all kinds of side quests. I have a Daedric artifact which Martin needs for the ritual to open a portal to Cameron's Paradise. I should bring it to him in Cloud Ruler Temple. Yes, we should. Cloud Ruler Temple. Alright, I'm gonna run the advertisement really quickly. And I'm gonna get myself a diet shake because it is lunchtime for me. And, you know, we'll get the diet shake and then we'll be going on for another... I reckon we'll go for like an hour, I would say. Alright. I'm just gonna leave me looking at this. You're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do some very fun dancing.
Do you have a moment? There's something we need to discuss.
Are we not blades, joined by battle and brotherhood? Need you even ask?
The plane.
Spin! You spin me. Alright, I'm just grabbing a... Did I run an advertisement? No, I did not. 30-second advertisement should do it.
Your experience. The wisdom does us all a great service.
Go check out Izzy. Go donate to their coffee. Go sacrifice your mortal wares and all your financial well-being to Izzy. Do it. Do it, chat. Do it right now for me, for Izzy, for the cat. Sacrifice all mortal possessions to Izzy the fat cat. This is not a threat. And then... There we go.
Ah, you bitch!
Alright, I'm going for the maca flavor. I'm going for the maca flavor for my diet shake, because normally I have that in the morning, but I'm going to have that for the afternoon, leaving me with vanilla for the evening. Just gotta give it a good shake! Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up, shake it up! Oh, let me get rid of the BRB so then that we don't... Dink, donk. Bam, stop all that, head back down here. There we go. Should be shaken up enough. And then we have ourselves a big swig. And there we go. Alrighty. Into Cloud Ruler Temple we go. Thank you, Andaho, once again for the clipping. I greatly appreciate it. Be sure to share it with your friends or on, you know, Twitters or what have you.
The second item is the counterpart to the first. The blood, unlike the Daedra Lords, the gods. How then to obtain the blood of a god? But Joffrey, this is a secret remembered only by the blades. Passed down from one Grandmaster to the next. I won't ask what he went through to obtain this. Are you ready to give me the artifact?
Alright, so Savior's Hide is absolutely terrible.
No disguising the bestial nature of some of the Daedric princes.
Mm-hmm.
You should talk to Joffrey.
Alright.
I've just received word from the Countess of Bruma that an Oblivion Gate has opened outside the city. It seems that the Mythic Dawn are putting their plan to attack Bruma into motion.
God damn it.
Since you've dealt with these gates before, once they've seen how it's done, they should... Captain Bird is waiting for you outside the Bruma City gate. So, Martin wants you to recover the armor of Tiber Septim. I wish there was another way. The armor is in the shrine of Tiber Septim, in the catacombs beneath the ruins of Sankator. A holy place.
So there was more we're gonna need to do.
Became evil long ago.
No
one has returned from the shrine of Tiber Septim for many lifetimes.
What evil lurks in Sankrator?
No. The catacombs of Sankator were sealed by the first Grand Master of the Blades.
Oh.
The four mightiest blades of Tiber Septim's day, Elaine, Valdemar, Relus, and Kaznar, went to Sankator here.
Oh! Oh my god, Giga Shake! Hi! Welcome to the stream, everyone! Welcome! My name is Grand. I'm a variety himbo streamer going through... Oh, Booba Raid! Oh, Booba Raid. I love the... Hang on a second. We're gonna... I absolutely love... Look at that. I absolutely fucking love that Booba. Look at it! Look at the Booba! Alright, let me see if this works. Hang on a second. Hopefully this works. It's either this one, and then does it? Yeah! Alright, let's see. What clip do we have?
More than you
Booba!
could
Again!
ever know. Make my wish come true. 'Cause baby, all I want for Christmas is you.
That's awesome. How do you play guitar?
Baby.
Also, I love how you have
baby, all I want for Christmas is you.
Chat, go check out Giga Shake. She is absolutely wonderful. Like, there's Booba, there's Alt Rock. Did I mention the Booba? It's absolutely fantastic. You should go check him out. How was... Let's see. It said you were doing Fall Guys. How was Fall Guys? Did you get a crown at the end? Cow. Holy cow. Yeah! Oh, that went out through the speakers, not through the Twitch. There we go. That works out.
An ancient relic of the first emperor.
But yeah, so, for those of you who came from Giga Shake's stream that don't know who I am, I'm Grand. I'm a variety streamer. I go through a lot of games that are either brand spanking new because I'm really excited to play them, or I'm playing much older games that I've never had the experience of playing before. So, for instance, Monday night, I've been going through Devil May Cry because I've never gone through the Devil May Cry series. Year ago, plus, I went through Kingdom Hearts, and otherwise, I've also done BioShock. Like, whatever game that's, like, in everyone's, like, sort of nostalgia, I haven't played it before in the past, and and thanks to streaming, I've been able to get a start on them. So, yeah. You streamed Genshin and then Forza, and then you was way too late to do a lot of Fall Guys. Ah, okay, fair enough. Crimson Cyclo, thank you so much for the follow. I recognize your name having the little yellow border, meaning that you rated in from Giga's streams. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, I used to play a little bit of Forza because Panthera would host like Forza racing club sessions or something like that, but I have not joined in those in a long time, so I've not done much Forza racing. I've done a little bit of Mario Kart World Tour like a day or two ago because it just got released and some people were playing that. And yeah, no, there's not been a lot of racing games or by extension like multiplayer games that I've played because, you know, quite frankly, I barely have the time outside of work and everyone's in a different time zone. Jesus Christ, why did they make you look extra handsome? Let's go.
Give me a minute to talk to the men. All right, boys, listen up.
Alrighty, yep, nothing needs to be repaired. So we're wearing some of our best options. Circlet gives us resistance to fire and frost. The Mundane Ring will give us that. Shadows gives us Chameleons. Spectre gives us Sneak and all that kind of nonsense. I probably should have sent some of this like elsewhere, but it is what it is.
We've got to close that. Nobody likes the idea of going into that thing.
It looks fun. I'll definitely play it when I get a Switch 2. Yeah, a Switch 2 is rather expensive right now. Like in Australia, it costs like nearly $800, $900 to get. So I've had to trade. So I've traded in my Switch and most of the games to help reduce the cost that it was to get the new console. But oh my goodness, I have no monies now until I get paid next week. So, all right, here we go. Into the Oblivion Gate we go. And let's see if we can try and keep some of these guys alive. Oh. You are going to be very strong. Pick up the teeth. Pick up the storm stuff. Yep, they're making their... Oh, hello. What in the world? Alright. Yep, pick up the Daedra Heart. Alright, in we go. So yeah, I'm hoping that there will be a sale or discount closer to Christmas before I get the Nintendo Switch 2. I am not 100% certain. Nintendo has not had a huge track record over, doing the whole, discounted games and such like that. There's a lot of Switch games that are still full price. So I feel like the Switch 2 is going to be very reliant on, third-party, discounts, storefronts who have gotten, really big supply of the Nintendo Switch and unfortunately need to try and offload it. I feel... Oh, no! Oh, fuck! I wasn't keeping an eye on my health. Maybe Black Friday, even. Maybe. Just maybe. I feel like you're going to need to take advantage of, EB Games or GameSpot equivalents doing the whole, hey, here's a discount to Nintendo Switch 2 when you trade in these things. So I think it's going to need to be one of those kinds of things. Alright, now to try and get rid of all these guys before we die. Oh, would you look at that? My apparel is broken. Jesus. Hopefully these guards will be up to snuff against these fellas. Nah. One of them didn't make it. What a shame. Yeah, what a shame. Alrighty, hopefully the captain will stay alive, but we don't know if that's going to be the case. Alright. What's your name? Bird. Follow me. So, because we need to get to that major tower there. There we go. Thank you for the Daedra Heart. Hopefully those guys aren't being fools and running on the... Yep. Alrighty. Note to self. Custom spells to help get rid of these guys in a quicker fashion. Because, oh my goodness, weapons are not doing that much unless I enchant them. Oh, that's another guard killed, so... Woo, boy! You're not doing too hot. Damn it. Damn it, my dude. Okay, thankfully he knows how to heal himself, so that's good. Alrighty. Okay, do I have a magical spell to help heal you is the question. Alright, so alteration, conjuration, destruction, restoration. Alright, let's have a look at our restoration spells. Let's see. So restoration wise, can we heal other people? Doesn't look it. Heal major wounds on self. Superior wounds on self. War Cry can be used once per day to fortify our strength, blade, and blunt. Honestly, that's kind of cool. I like that. I'm EP, so I might crash. Hope you have an awesome stream. Not to worry, Giga Shake. Thank you so much for stopping by. Love the new Booba emote. Oh, absolutely fantastic. I love the... It's just like, fair argument, however, bonk. Love it. Absolutely love it. I remember getting a piece of artwork from Orc Mom where it was like similar sort of thing, but it was like a bulge for me. I don't know if it's like, I probably should have done Booba one, but I don't have like big enough chest even with my pecs to do the Booba one, so Orc Mom is fantastic. I absolutely love her artwork. Real sexy stuff. Did you see the art I got from her? You got Orc Mom artwork? I do not remember this. Hang on a second. Chat, give me a minute. Giga Shake. Hang on a second. You'll DM it. Okay. Giga Shake from ZTT, Giga Shake on Plus, Giga Shake on Bland Camp? Not the hair! Where is it? I just love the Booba. I love the Booba drop. It's so good. Love it. Sorry, I'm just... I will anxiously be awaiting this DM. Because the last piece of artwork I've seen is your VTuber versus IRL, where I was like, oh man, it's on my alt. Oh, you have an alt? I did not know you have an alt account. Because here's the thing. I don't have alternative accounts. GrantZeebs is GrantZeebs. I have additional characters, but that one of them was like only not really a peer pressure, but was more of like a, you know what, fuck it, let's do another character, and I haven't really done much with Taylor Matsumoto since first coming up with them, and then using them as like a, hey, I like this sexy artwork, but I don't want to do it with GrantZeebs, so we're gonna do it with Taylor Matsumoto. Like, other than that, some of my art is way too unhinged. You don't need to worry about that. Also, I have a Discord. There's like a not safe for work content section where you can post some of that stuff, and I don't do like huge amount of categories for the not safe for work. It's just simply not safe for work content, show us your persona not safe for work, and then there's GrantZeebs content. That's not safe for work. That's all I got. Look, I'm bad about it. Oh, you down bad for it, or are you just bad? All right, hang on. Magic. Now, I don't believe I have... It doesn't look like I have a way to heal others, it seems, which is a little unfortunate. Oh my gosh, Shadow does a pretty decent amount of what's-mahoozies. All right, inventory. We'll keep to the mace. Alrighty. Let's avoid... Oh my god, improving my strength was such a flex. Jesus Christ. Naughty bad or horny down bad? We'll discuss more about this in the near future, because you probably need to rest real quick and what have you, so I do not fault you. Oh, wait, is our... What's... Oh, no! He's dead, isn't he? Nope, he's still alive. Thank Christ. Alright, let's... Come on. This way, this way, this way, this way. There we go. Oh, okay. Grab everything. You have a strong potion of feathers, so that's going to be very helpful. You can vibe for a bit. You just got to take your pills, lol. Not fair enough. But yeah. No pressure. So yeah, alright. Repairing this as quickly as I can. Yes! Yes! We have hit mastery level on our hammer. We now only need to hold one hammer for the rest of our days. Further reducing how much... Alright, so we've already got Daedric Greaves and boots and what have you, so we're good for dropping all that nonsense. Yep, cool, awesome. We don't need any of that. We have now max leveled the armorer. God damn you. Stop. There we go, get fucked. Ding dong. So yeah, the only thing we're missing... I'll take the Greaves. But yeah, the only thing we're missing is, like... What's moosies? Alright, running fast! Rainbow Rush time, let's go! Dunk. No! Bird! Oh my god, no. Bird, you have to survive this. You have to survive, Bird!
Here comes another one. I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm. I've got that one.
No! Bird! Oh, Bird is unconscious. Okay, so he's only unconscious. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, I was worried for a minute that Bird would die. But it looks like that is not the case. Oh. Nah, he looks... Okay, there we go. No, don't die, Bird. Don't die. There we go, Bird. Good for you. Bird lives. Yep. Cool. Awesome. So, we now need to get up to the top of this tower and show him how to get the thingamadiggies. Bam. Come on. Bonk. Get fucking bonked. There we go. Ding. Okay, Bird, don't stand in front of my, potions when I... And he's unconscious again. Alright, now that he can just turn unconscious and such, I feel less bad for when he decides to do the whole, getting in my way and such, and more, you know, annoyed with the man. It's like, come on, you know, spatial awareness, please. Cool, you're gonna live? Yep, you look like you're gonna live. Alrighty, Fury Spike next. So yeah. Hopefully by taking out this Oblivion Gate, there will be less of them around, but it also means we get to continue on with the main quest of trying to find Tiber Septim's other nonsense. Alright, okay, where is... Do we... What? Rend... Seriously? Okay, hang on. So, ding, 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 gets us up here. So, okay, is there not a... Grrr. Alright, so back into the rending holes we go. My ult was easy to track down. Is it? Look, I am dumb as bricks, alright? I am himbo as fuck, as noted by my shirt, okay? If it's just like, oh, what's Giga's alternative tech like handle, and it's just Mega Shake, like, I'm gonna feel real dumb, but I doubt that's it's not just Mega Shake, is it? You just mean our Hondo followed immediately. Oh! Won't disclose how. No, fair enough. Fair enough, sees. Alright, Dark Salvation. So yeah, I don't wanna like, you know, be like, oh hey, I found Giga's alt account or anything like that. I'll just need to know, like, I need to find it. IP address. No. Do not disclose the IP address. That's a terrible idea. There we go. Good work. And then grab you. Grab all of you. We climb back up. Can you drop a hint? Not during the stream, please. Where's the... Oh, there's the guy. I was wondering where he was. Alright, let me get rid of you, because you're gonna be a problem. Donk. Bonk. Daedra Heart. Uh-huh. Okay. Alright. Should be good. Alright. Fury Spike. You sent a link to Grant along with the Orc-Mom pick, so he should be solid. Yes! Awesome! Cool. Fan-fucking-tastic. I'll just need to have a look at that while I'm not fighting all of these, like, Daedra peeps. Alright, so this is the Sigil Keep. This is the first time I'm meeting a so-called Sigil Keeper. Oh, because we need the key from him. Okay, that's why. That's the only reason I've seen a Sigil Keeper, is because for whatever reason, they've decided to make a door locked for us. I guess it's so then that way we don't rush through. We have to, like, engage with enemies and what have you. Sure, let's take everything and start repairing everything. There we go. Alright, fuck it. Curus, Greaves, and Boots are gone. We opened it with the Sigil key. We get through here. Regardless of what level himbo we're at. My ult really just demonstrates what I'm all about, though. Ooh. Am I gonna look right now? Am I just gonna ignore the stream for a minute and just check the DMs and be like, I need to know, and then start doom scrolling through Giga's ult and just being like, oh damn. It could be a moment of she just like me for real, or it could be something completely different. Alright, where's the other peeps I need to kill? Sure. Oh, damn it. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? I can drink a potion of feather. Cure disease, cure poison while I'm at it. Feather, 100 points. There we go. So, we run up here. Check this thing here, sure. And then grab the sigil stone. Oh, interesting that he's got like a thingamadiggy on his boots. Alright, so that's loading. Dink. Oh, okay, so you've given it to me as both... Radio. Bam. Close the gate with Captain Bird. I should ask him if he needs any more help from me.
It was an honor to serve with
What in the world? Why are you not dressed in your... Okay.
my guardsmen and I can handle any new gates that open.
He is not in cool attire anymore. He's in just like... What in the kind of attire is that? Don't mind me as I grab these things from you.
You closed the Oblivion Gate. We didn't think we'd ever see you alive again. Believe me, it was no picnic. But thanks to our friend here, I now know we can close these hell gates. We can.
Never mind the fact that he got hit unconscious so many times.
Say your piece. Thanks for your help closing. I make sure my guards treat the local. Did you ever hear about the ghost of Lord Vlindrel? They say he haunts the... Be seeing you.
Alrighty, so now... What's next in my, F6? Burma Gate. Captain Bird thanks me for my help and said that he and his guardsmen will do their best to close any new... I should report my, success to Joffrey. Yep, we're gonna do that immediately. Why are you not in uniform? Yeah, no, he's not in uniform. It's ridiculous. I cannot believe that he's just, you know, in his fucking casual attire right now. What does he think this is? 2016? Alright, drinkies. Excuse me. I was in the middle of taking a breath when I said that, and then I drank. Joffrey, damn you! I was meant to talk to you, and then you walked right past me. I need to speak with you, Joffrey. Excuse me. Bam.
Captain Bird and his guardsmen should be able to handle any additional gates.
Promise I won't drown.
We need to gather what allies we... If the Mythic Dawn manages to open a great gate here, the city will need a stronger garrison. You should speak to the rulers of the other cities of Cyrodiil, as well...
What else can I do to help?
...on obtaining the items Martin needs for the ritual. Everything else is just buying time for us to get the Amulet of Kings back from mankind. Bruma cannot hold off the hordes of Oblivion alone. You should speak to the rulers of Cyrodiil.
Oh my god, there's so many markers. Jesus Christ. Look at the number of markers we have. Just all the different castles. Just like, hey, you wanna talk to them? Alright, let's... Oh my god, there's so many of them. Oh, 7? Yep, 7. 7. Anvil Castle. I thought I was close to done with this game, and then it's like, hey, don't forget to also like, you know, deal with all these guys and, you know, talk about alliances and shit. Like, goodness gracious. So many people. Inflicting damage after drowning could set your muscles back to dehimbo, Grant. We'll try not to. We'll try my darndest not to. Alright, let's see. Here you are, ma'am?
I am Milona Umbranox, Countess of Anvil. I hope you enjoy your visit.
Anvil.
I won't risk my guard attacking that infernal... Chancellor Okato has performed heroically. No... I would like to send help to Bruma, but I...
Oh, so I probably need to...
He
Okay, so I see what's... So, I have a shit ton of Oblivion gates that I probably need to close around, so then that way people do not, you know, have worry. Okay, now I can sleep. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Thank you so much, Giga, for raiding in. I greatly appreciate it, and for sharing some of the art you got. Absolutely sexy. Love it. Bam. Let me just... Come on, think. So, I am much farther away from getting to the end than I thought I was in the Oblivion game. He says I have the hands of a healer, but he forgets that that my healing hands can do a lot of damage with my fists. So, yep, so there's an Oblivion gate out there. Yep, so A to Burma. Hang on a sec. So, I spoke to the Chancellor. She says she would be, only your city wasn't threatened by an Oblivion gate. I should close the gate outside and then speak to the councils again. And then there's blood. So yeah, so what's likely going to happen is I am going to be going around to, like, all the different major cities and being like, hey, I can do with your help in, you know, aiding Burma. They're going to turn around and say, not with that Oblivion gate outside our walls, in which case I'm going to have to stop what I'm doing, run to the Oblivion gate, and then after dealing with the Oblivion gate, go back to them and such. A lot of backwards and forwards going on there. So, yeah. That don't sound like the most sort of fun. Especially on stream, let me tell you. Ding, donk. So, yeah. Dropping off my stuff. Alright, so, I have a to-do list of things. Sir Dragon, my hair! Not again! Oh! Ah! Just always taking the hair. Alright, great.
I don't care what gender you are.
I am
Put
so
on
sorry,
the maid
Blue.
outfit.
You're doing this at the worst time you possibly could. Because I'm not gonna be streaming any further. That is gonna be it for me tonight. Or, not tonight, sorry. That is gonna be it for me today. You know why? Because it's almost been 4 hours.
I refuse to elaborate. Because I don't know what I just said.
Too bad. You do not... Yeah, you Nibiru me if you want. But yeah, so, that is going to be it for me today in Oblivion. Well, streaming Oblivion 2. There's definitely going to be a lot of Oblivion that I'm going to need to go through, and I'm most likely going to be doing that while I am off stream of all things, because otherwise then, you know, it's going to take a lot longer to go through it on stream as opposed to, you know, doing all the petty stuff off stream. Now, hammer. Yeah, that way we only hold 2 of them. I'll keep the skeleton key, because that is very fucking helpful looking. And get rid of that. Alright, so yeah. Now, I won't be doing Oblivion next Saturday, because next Saturday, I actually am going to be hosting a charity stream. I am going to be walking on the walking pad while trying to play War Thunder at the same time.
That leg, boy.
Not giving you my leg. I have no idea how well I am going to do playing War Thunder while walking at the same time, because I'm also doing it at a relatively low rank, and I'm probably going to need to do a whole ton of grinding while playing War Thunder in order to do that. Now, if you're wondering what's the advantage of doing the charity stream, what's in it for me, I'll tell you what's in it for you. There's going to be a number of rewards for people when you donate to me. It can be a number of things, whether it's me putting a PNG or a GIF on the stream. It could be me drawing something for you really terribly. It could be me also needing to do some other nonsense. Who the fuck knows? I will need to share on the Blue Skies and the Twitters what the rewards will be, what the milestones will be, so you're gonna hear more about that in the coming days, because June 14th, which is Honor Your Flag Day, it will probably be June 13th for some of the Americans, but it'll be June 14th for me. That's gonna be happening next Saturday. So, 7 days from now, we're gonna be walking and playing War Thunder at the same time. And it is gonna be... I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm probably not gonna be perfect. It is really difficult trying to do multiple things at once. Sometimes I struggle doing multiple things at once myself, but it is what it is. Now, so, keep your monies there. Lord knows I have to try and save my money as best as I can. So, yeah, that's going to be it for me today. It's probably, you know, late at the night for some of the peeps as well. You know what? I'm just going to quickly save the game while I'm here and then do an Alt-Tab. Now then, before you all run away, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Also, I'm going to snooze that advertisement. Sometimes I think you need a mushroom. Yes. I need a lot of things. I need $10,000. I need the capacity to eat several hamburgers or several pizzas without worry. There is a lot of things that I need, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. But most of all, I appreciate you being here and keeping me company. You do what you can. Clip the moment Grant put on a dress, it's saving. Oh my goodness, of course you did. But yeah, that will be it for me today. I will... Let's see, who is online and who can we go and raid? Let's see. Who is there? Similar or smaller size. Let's go. And who speaks out to me? Who speaks out to me? Alright, you know what? Hang on a second. Search or filter. Category. Wait. Not category. Tag. Nothing speaks to me. God damn it. Alright, let's go with Darken Tiger. They are an Australian VTuber that looks to be going through some virality. So it looks to be just, you know, sitting around in VR chat, having a little conversation, having a little bit of a fun time. You try to do a balance where Grat looks badass and things, and I would probably say for the stream. Thank you so much, Arandaho, for the clipping as well. I really appreciate it. I will definitely have a look at them and see what's might be worth adding to the TikToks and such, because I've not added anything to TikTok for like the last week. So there's definitely going to be all that. Now, we are going to go raid into Draken Tiger. Now, if you're wondering, what is our raid message going to be? We're just going to go with a short and sweet himbo raid. If you don't have the emotes through subscription, that's okay. Here's the message again without the emotes, and you're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you feel like are appropriate. I'm going to use the ones with the emotes. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Benny, if you're still here, thank you for the follow. Gigashade, thank you for the raid. Crimson Cyclo, thank you so much for the follow as well. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will get a stream schedule out in the near future so you all know when and I'll be streaming next. Save your monies for the Stack Up Honor Your Flag Day charity stream coming up in a week. And otherwise, I will see you all next time. Bye for now. I'm probably going to go walking on my treadmill straight after this so I can get some exercise. Bye for now.